Good evening. I want to welcome all of you to the Wendell Town Commissioners Town Board meeting. We're happy to have all of you here with us tonight. We're going to be led in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight by Lake Myra Elementary School student Kyle Flowers. If Kyle and his mom can come up. Kyle and his teacher, I take that back. Kyle is a kind-hearted, compassionate friend who brings joy to everyone he meets. His warm spirit and bright smile light up the halls of Lake Myra Elementary every day, making staff and students feel welcome and appreciated. His teachers describe him as dedicated and hardworking, who is deeply loved by his peers and educators alike. Kyle demonstrates leadership in the classroom by consistently supporting his peers and making sure everyone feels included in learning and play. Kyle's positive attitude and eagerness to help others truly makes him stand out as a shining star in our school community. Since joining Lake Myra Elementary in kindergarten, Kyle has shown tremendous growth, and his teachers excited to watch him continue to flourish. We are incredibly proud to recognize and celebrate Kyle Flowers as Lake Myra's Shining Young Leader for the month of June. We're very proud of you, Kyle. All right. Go. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good job, Kyle. Good job. Okay, say thank you. Thank you. Good job.
Thank you, Kyle. It was my pleasure meeting you today. You made my day. Our invocation tonight from the Wendell Council of Churches, from the Wendell Christian Church, we're going to hear from Ryan Craddock. Good evening. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you. Good evening. Will you join me in prayer? Kind and gracious God, thank you. Thank you for the gift of life. The gift to live in freedom, the gift to be responsible as good stewards of your land. Thank you for being in this place and everywhere we go. We ask your blessing upon our neighbors among us, our servant leaders, guiding this community. May we work in unity for your glory and your goodness. Give us your vision, the courage, the humility, the wisdom, the compassionate care to be a community that is a beacon in a troubling world. Bless us and keep us. Protect us, O Lord. Amen.
Thank you. Are there any adjustments to the agenda? Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
We'll move now into our public comment period. The public is able to participate in public comment by signing up at the door the night of the meeting, and you have 3 minutes to speak, or you can submit public comment to the town clerk on the Friday by 5 p.m. on the Friday, I'm sorry, I misspoke, on the Friday prior to the Monday meeting by 5 p.m., as long as we've received it by that time, and the comments will be read into the record for a length of 3 minutes. We have 2 of those tonight, but we'll get to them in just a minute. First, we'll get to the people who've signed up. This is a quick reminder that in our public comment, this is our business meeting. Our rules of procedure do not allow outbursts and applause and loud sidebar conversations and things like that. And it's not a back and forth opportunity either. So if you have a question, I'll try to make a note of it. And if it isn't answered at some point in the meeting tonight, hopefully maybe we can get someone to reach out to you and figure out a solution for whatever it is that you had a question about. So one other thing, we have several people signed up tonight, and I suspect several of them are here to discuss, to speak about item 5A and 5B. And I wanted to remind you, you will have a public comment period during those public hearings if you would rather hold your comments for that time. So if when I get to you and I call your name, just let me know that you would rather wait until that time, because I suspect that's the case with some of these. If not, come on up and tell us what you've got on your mind. The first is Paul Bayer. Wait, okay. The second one is Sarah Beth Howard, Miss Wendell. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm so happy to be here. It's been an honor to represent the town of Wendell for the past few months. For those of you who are not familiar, the Miss Wendell and the Miss Zebulon competition are held at the end of October, and it's a preliminary to compete in the Miss North Carolina competition, which will be held 2 weeks from now in High Point, North Carolina. Myself and Hallie will be competing for Miss North Carolina and Miss North Carolina's teen, respectively. So we're really excited to kind of have the support of the town like Wendell as we go into this opportunity. I had the opportunity 3 years ago to serve as Ms. Zebulon when I was a student at UNC Chapel Hill and fell in love with this area and knew that there was a big need here. And so I came back when I had the opportunity to serve as Ms. Wendell. I do a lot of outreach with natural disaster preparedness. I grew up in Wilmington, and so I've seen how kind of the juxtaposition between environmental science and these natural issues that we see and the development that we're seeing across our coast can really impact people's lives. I'm an incoming graduate student at UNCW studying coastal and ocean policy, and I'm excited in the future to work in city planning to hopefully kind of be that voice for coastal families, be that voice for folks all across North Carolina that love this land and are proud to be a part of this land and want to see it grow and want to see it develop, but to do that safely and in a way that ensures that we are building resilient communities from natural disasters. I know myself, I've been really empowered from this organization and for this opportunity. I'd never really thought that I would be able to pursue higher education, but we are a scholarship competition, and I will be able to pay for my first year of graduate school thanks to the scholarship donors and the money that I've received competing in Miss North Carolina and competing as Miss Wendell. To date, I've won over $10,000 in scholarship from this organization. And it's something that has empowered me to pursue higher education. So community service is a huge part of our organization. I talked a little bit about my passion for natural disaster preparedness and about my passion for building resilient communities. And it was something that I learned from being Miss Wendell. When I was crowned 3 years ago as Miss Zebulon, I distributed emergency kits to families in Wake County and never could have imagined, but today I'm able to deploy to natural disaster zones that have been affected, most recently Hurricane Helene, to provide over $12,000 worth of free tree service work to families that had been affected. And it was through that I realized this is my passion and this is something that I want to do for the rest of my life. So I'm forever grateful to folks like y'all that work in the town of Wendell that support our organization, are excited to hear us speak, excited to come see what these girls in crowns and sashes have to say when we're out in public. But I'm also most excited to be supported by these amazing people around me. So I won't take much more of your time, but I do want to introduce our teen, Hallie Powell.
Well, hello everyone. My name is Hallie Powell, and I'm Miss Wendell's teen for 2025. I am a 17-year-old rising senior at Lenoir County Early College High School, where I will graduate with my associate's degree in science and my associate's degree in arts alongside my high school diploma. I am a competitive dancer, and I am a teacher assistant at my studio, as well as a dance teacher that I have been able to do this past year. And in just a couple of weeks, I will be competing for the title of Miss North Carolina's teen in High Point, North Carolina. It has been an honor serving Wendell these past 8 months, and I am so excited to share with you today that my accomplishments and my goals with my community service initiative, the Senior Shuffle Project. So the Senior Shuffle Project is a 501c3 nonprofit that serves 4 different spaces across North Carolina that seniors occupy. 2 in Jones County and 2 in Wake County. The 2 local sites are right here in Wendell and in Zebulon, so I serve the East Wake Senior Center and Zebulon Rehabilitation. The Senior Shuffle Project provides 30-minute seated dance classes to the elderly, and I use inclusive choreography. I also use tambourines, innovative tap shoes that stretch over their everyday shoes. So seated dance has so many different benefits. It improves their flexibility, coordination, and their memory, and it gets their heart rate up while getting seniors active in a safe and fun way. I was actually able to choreograph my own seated dance routine and take my Jones County seniors to the Barbecue Festival on the Neuse in Kinston, North Carolina, where they performed for hundreds of people and they had so much fun. And we are actually going to the Viridian in New Bern tomorrow, which is an assisted living facility, and they are so excited. I work my CSI every week, and I serve the East Wake Senior Center on alternate Fridays. And that is a lively bunch of seniors, and they were so excited to see something new come into their space. So I will tell a little bit of a story. Miss Martha, she fell while doing a line dance last year, and she broke her hip. She loved dancing, and she had been doing it for many years, and she came back to the Senior Center just for the Senior Shuffle Project because she heard that I was coming, and she wanted to participate in the seated class, and that just did my heart so much good. The last point I'm going to cover today is the Miss North Carolina and Miss North Carolina's teen pageant system has a portion of competition called People's Choice. People's Choice is based off of donations that get directly sent to the American Heart Association. And the contestant with the highest amount of donations gets an automatic spot in the top 11 at the Miss North Carolina or Miss North Carolina's teen competition. So if you would like to make a donation, you can visit the Miss North Carolina page and find it under People's Choice, or me or Sarah Beth could send you the link to our spot funds. You can follow the rest of my journey to Miss North Carolina's teen on Instagram at MissWendellsTeen_North Carolina, or you can follow the Senior Shuffle Project at the Senior Shuffle Project. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good luck to both of you, young ladies. We're very proud of both of you.
I kind of wanted to clap for that one, Madam Mayor. But
Okay,
both of
let's clap. I think people were starting to, so. Okay. Jim Moore, I can't read the handwriting. Moran, yes. Okay, that's fine. Dewey Hardy, later. This one, the last name, I believe, is Clement.
I will wait.
You're going to wait as well. Is this Charles? Yes. Okay. Nathaniel Downing.
I'll wait.
Then wait, and Olivia as well, wait. Mike Constantino.
I'll wait, Ms. Graves.
Okay. Brandon Strickland.
I'll wait, Mayor Gray.
Okay. Gil Berner.
I'll wait.
Okay. Greg Jones.
Would it be appropriate for me to go ahead and hand out literature for them to review at this time?
Well, we wouldn't review it
Okay.
prior to that time.
I'll wait.
But if you have something you want to hand out, when the time comes, you give it to the town clerk and she'll disperse it to the board. Okay, thank you. And that's the last one. All right.
If someone forgot to sign up, I'm sorry to interrupt, if someone forgot to sign up, are they allowed to speak at the public hearing still?
Let me just address all this real quick. So if you would like to speak in the public hearing, you don't have to sign up for that. Anytime we hold a public hearing, you don't have to sign up ahead of time. You just come. When the time comes, I'll ask if there's anyone in the audience that wants to speak in favor or in opposition to the project that we're having the public hearing for, and one at a time, everybody gets to speak. And you have 5 minutes during the public hearing. 3 minutes in public comment. You do have to sign up ahead of time for public comment. Does that cover it? Okay. We had 2 people submit public comment, so we're going to hear both of those. The clerk's going to read those out for us.
Relocating to the area in 2021 was an incredible blessing. Finally, we found a home where we get to enjoy peace and quiet, to see open land and trees instead of endless developments, enjoy daily drives along open fields, and travel with ease into town with little to no traffic, a true luxury. Wendell is a special place for so many reasons. We feel privileged to call Wendell home, as it is a small slice of untouched heaven, and we want to keep it that way. Our lovely community is changing at a rapid pace, and it is up to the people who make up this community to stand against any change that does not add benefit to our lives and to the nature in which we live. Sadly, each day, the vision of our quaint paradise becomes more of a distant memory versus the reality we once knew. It feels as if the new developments are popping up left and right daily. Homes, roads, landscapes, and the familiarity we love are slowly diminishing. Though it is inevitable for growth and expansion, it is with devastation and heartbreak to become aware of the new plans for yet another community, and one of this magnitude with more to follow. The numerous newly built communities scattered about have already impacted the community in negative ways, and yet Lennar still continues to prospect any open land, no matter the surroundings or residents. Instead of the profit gained, I ask all parties involved to consider what will be lost. I ask for consideration on the different people and perspectives involved. After all, do the locals who have lived here for generations not mattered? By building this massively obnoxious community, Weathers Landing, you will ruin the reason so many of us love to call Wendell home. Lennar builds communities with no regards and moves on to the next, yet there is no consideration for the individuals whose lives are forever changed due to community expansion. The serenity surrounding homeowners have loved for lifetimes will be lost to endless months of construction. The beautiful opening land you plan to replace with 922 homes and townhomes is not meant to hold such congestion, nor is the two-lane road capable of holding and maintaining the capacity of traffic such development will bring. In no way does this development benefit the locals nor anyone involved in the situation except Lennar. I personally do not support the building plan, and I fully object to the development of the property in its entirety. I ask for all to please do the same. Being in charge of having the best interest of the community is a responsibility that comes with trust. Trust that each decision pertaining to growth and expansion is carefully evaluated. I ask respectfully for any approval of such plans to build Weathers Landing to be carefully evaluated and denied. Thank you. That was from Audra Brown at 6729 Bethany Church Road. Madam Mayor, esteemed board, I thank you for the time this evening for me to share my concerns about the proposed rezoning and development of the parcel of land known as the Weathers property. Please hear me correctly. This is not a petition to stop the development of this land.
Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, esteemed board, I thank you for the time this evening for me to share my concerns about the proposed rezoning and development of the parcel of land known as the Weathers property. Please hear me clearly. This is not a petition to stop the development of this land, rather a call to our town leaders to reconsider the suitability of this proposed project to the land surroundings and current residents. It would be unrealistic to expect this land to stay undeveloped. There's really no stopping that. But I truly believe there is a way to achieve a balance that will both serve the property owner and the current and proposed future residents of the area. There are several established neighborhoods in direct proximity to the Weathers property that feature homes on larger parcels of land. Why not zone for that? A development that features quality homes with actual foundations and space in between them. This would obviously reduce the number of homes, but also it would lessen the impact on the surrounding homeowners, traffic, and environment. As of today, there are 590 active listings in 27591. Of those 590, around 350 were built in 2018 or later. These quick-built communities are built to maximize developer profit and often leverage the fastest, cheapest materials and construction. These homes are not built to last and will surely not stand the test of time. It's alarming to see this trend of cheap construction become the norm in the developments this board approves. Consider the difference it would make if these homes featured quality materials and skilled craftsmanship. It certainly would make them stand out against the flood of vinyl boxes on concrete slabs that seem to be omnipresent in this town. Outside of the resident impact, please consider how completely upending every square foot of this land will impact our environment. Robertson Mill Pond Preserve lies directly adjacent to the proposed development. This protected natural area is not only home to hundreds of species of animals, fish, and plants, it's also a well-known recreation area and has been dubbed as one of the wetland gems of NC. This development, as proposed, will undoubtedly negatively affect this precious space in multiple ways. Increased impervious surfaces, roofs, roads, driveways would lead to greater stormwater runoff, which would likely wash into the preserve, degrading water quality in the pond and downstream systems. Increased risk of habitat fragmentation, meaning wildlife corridors could be blocked, reducing biodiversity and increasing human-wildlife conflict. Construction and water usage from 900 homes may alter groundwater and surface water flow. Artificial light and increased noise levels from residents and vehicles would disturb nocturnal species and alter natural behavior patterns. It feels environmentally unethical to consider this project being fit for this area without extensive surveys and research into impacts to the preserve. Additionally, I'd like to call attention to the traffic impact. Unless you're living in a bubble, you're very well aware of the traffic issues and conditions of Rollsville Road. When a project like this comes on the docket, traffic is usually one of the first things someone will base their objections on.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to our consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, we'll move into section 4, our recognitions, reports, and presentations. And item 4A is a recognition of Lake Myra Elementary School teacher Kristen Wall. If you can come up to the podium so we can all look at you. Kristen Wall is an exceptional art teacher and a cherished member of the Lake Myra Elementary School community. Her unwavering dedication and commitment to our school have made an immeasurable impact over the years. Colleagues describe Ms. Wall as passionate, dependable, and incredibly generous with her time and always ready to lend a helping hand. A truly inclusive educator, Ms. Wall leads with warmth and kindness, creating a welcoming environment where all students feel seen, valued, and inspired. Her flexibility and willingness to go beyond and make her a pillar of go above and beyond, make her a pillar of support for both staff and students. Since helping to open Lake Myra in 2009, Ms. Wall has been a vital force in shaping the heart of our school. She is admired for her creativity and the deep relationships she builds. In fact, when former students return to the lake, Ms. Wall is often one of the very first people they want to see, a true testament to the lasting impact she has on their young lives. This year, her peers honored her by nominating her as Lake Myra's Teacher of the Year, a recognition that speaks volumes about her influence both inside and beyond the art room. Ms. Wall empowers young artists to express themselves and proudly share their creativity with the world. We are truly honored to serve alongside her and celebrate the extraordinary educator that she is. Well, we just wanted to congratulate you, first of all, for being nominated Teacher of the Year. That's wonderful. I'm sure you're very deserving. And we also wanted to have you here just to thank you for everything you do for our kids in Wendell. We really appreciate all your effort and hard work. So thank you for that. And you can say anything you'd like if you want to, or nothing.
I told him today I was only saying thank you, but
Everybody always says, I'm just going to say thank you, and then they get up here and they want to tell things, and that's wonderful. They feel comfortable to do that,
I
and I'm
promise you,
glad.
short and sweet.
Nope, you have the floor. Go ahead.
So I'm truly grateful to be recognized tonight, and it's been a joy and a privilege to teach art at the same school since its doors opened, and to have taught every student that has attended Lake Myra. Building relationships with Lake Myra students and families, watching our students grow and create over the years has been one of the things I'm most proud of as a teacher. Thank you for your support in this special moment.
You're welcome.
Thank y'all.
It always makes me feel good that teachers get here and feel comfortable to say something after all, so that's nice. All right, we're going to move into section 5, our public hearings, and item 5A is a public hearing to annex and rezone approximately 304.06 acres from Wake County residential districts R20, R30, and R40 to Town of Wendell Residential 7 Conditional District to create the Weathers Landing subdivision. Mr. Coates.
Good evening, Mayor and board members. We got two public hearings for you this evening. The first one is annexation and rezoning. The second one is a developer's agreement. If you choose not to approve the first public hearing, there is no need to hold the second one. So we'll get started. The applicant is here and does have a PowerPoint as well. So we're asking you tonight to hold the public hearing of a proposed annexation and rezoning request for the proposed development known as Weathers Landing. As you mentioned, the applications have been received for the properties, and the pins are listed there on the slide. As far as annexation, the proposed annexation area would require services from the town's police, public works, parks and rec departments if annexed and developed. Secondary service impacts will be incurred by other town departments that support operational, such as planning and finance. Property is already served by the local fire district. Water and sewer service are readily available to the property and would be provided by the City of Raleigh Utilities, as we have a merger agreement with those. The application's for roughly 304 acres to convert to Town of Wendell R7 conditional district. The project is surrounded by Wake County jurisdiction. Town of Wendell does have jurisdiction south of this area, you will see on the next slide. Proposed development, you can see the phases there in their color coding. The project does go just north of Davistown. The majority of it is east of Rollsville Road, and there's a proposed townhome section west of Rollsville Road. Zoning map, residential districts are coded for the town, predominantly residential neighborhood uses, and these districts are differentiated by density of the overall development. The applicant is proposing roughly 3 units per acre. You can see on this zoning map, everything in the orange hatch is under this proposed rezoning. The town does have corridor mixed-use zoning down at the Glennon mixed-use project down near the interstate. We also have commercial corridor near Coyote, and we also have CMX, which is the Wake Tech campus as well. The applicant is proposing setbacks in dimensions that meet our requirements for R7. You can see in the R7, minimum lot width is 24 feet. In this case, their minimum lot width would be 38, and the other setbacks there as mentioned as well. For townhomes, our UDO does require a 16-foot lot width. They're proposing 20, and they're meeting all the other setbacks as well. Zoning conditions, there's going to be quite a few, so I'm going to go over those just so we can go over each of those. Zoning condition 1, development will be in accordance with the approved site development plan. Zoning condition 2, the community will have an HOA, which shall be responsible for maintaining all common areas throughout the development, and this does exclude any land dedicated and accepted by the town of Wendell, and we'll go over that caveat here soon. On-street parking shall only be permitted in designated spaces. With the exception of townhomes, the proposed conditional district shall only permit those uses by right or permitted within the supplemental standards in the R7 district, which is included in our town UDO. Condition 5, Weathers Landing will include a mixture of single-family detached lots and townhome lots. Single-family detached lots shall include a mixture of both front-loaded and rear-loaded options. In the case of when we mention rear-loaded, that means the access is served by an alleyway. Condition 6, sod will be installed on the front and corner yard of all single-family and townhome lots. You will see at the end of these conditions, there's a slide with a couple updated conditions that did come in today. Condition 7, the developer will install a 6-foot privacy fence along the property lines that are mentioned. This commitment shall not apply with any riparian buffer, jurisdictional wetland, or dedicated right-of-way, or with any utility easement as shown on the plans. Condition 8, the shared boundary between the pins referenced, the developer will provide a 30-foot type A buffer. Where possible, a 30-foot type A buffer will use the existing vegetation within the designated area to satisfy the buffer. New plantings may supplement the existing vegetation. It's a very common zoning condition for a lot of our projects. Condition 9, along the shared boundary between the pins referenced, the developer will provide a 20-foot wide type A buffer with privacy fence. Similarly, the developer will provide a 20-foot wide type A buffer with a privacy fence along the shared property of the pin referenced in the unimproved right-of-way labeled as Mykonos Lane in the book and page referenced. Zoning condition 10, the Weathers Landing shall apply customized building setbacks. So the side setback will be a minimum 5 feet, shall apply to any single-family dwelling detached lot 50 feet wide or less. A 6-foot setback minimum shall apply to any single family that has a lot wider than 50 feet. The rear setback, a 20-foot rear setback, shall apply to all front-loaded single-family homes instead of a 25. And a 20-foot rear setback shall apply to all garages accessing the alleys, which is a town code. Condition 11, to reduce impervious surface, increase front yard size, and assist with street tree spacing, townhomes shall be permitted to use a 10-foot wide driveway rather than a minimum 12-foot, which is referenced in the town's standard and spec document. We have allowed this, a 10-foot wide driveway for single-car garages in Wendell Falls, Mackenzie Meadows, quite a few of our neighborhoods. The garage width is usually not 12 feet on a single-car garage, and so having the driveway wider than the garage causes some aesthetic issues. Townhome lots shall have a minimum lot size of 2,000 square feet, which is condition 12. Condition 13, in order to support greater access, the developer shall voluntarily pave 2 travel lanes along Weathers Road, where the code would only require the developer to improve his or her half of to the center line, up to the Weathers Landing Site Drive connection to Weathers, which is roughly 820 linear feet, as shown on the plan. The developer is requesting to pay a fee in lieu of construction for their half of Weathers east of said site driveway. Condition 14, the developer will construct over 4,000 linear feet of public greenway, which will be a minimum 12-foot paved trail within a 30-foot easement, including a connection to Wake County-owned land abutting Robertson Mill Preserve. Condition 15, to facilitate safe pedestrian access to the proposed public park site, a high-vis crosswalk pedestrian signage and pedestrian refuge will be installed along the intersection of Davistown Road and Street A, subject to NCDOT review and approval. Furthermore, pedestrian crossing equipment shall be installed by the developer at the signalized intersection of Rollsville and Davistown Road to facilitate crossing of Davistown, subject to NCDOT approval. Condition 16, the improvements summarized below are committed to be constructed by the developer subject to NCDOT approval and successful right-of-way acquisition. If the developer is unable to acquire off-site easements needed to construct any improvements required by the TIA and demonstrate to the town and DOT any good faith efforts were made to acquire the easements, if accepted by the town, the developer will be required to pay a fee in lieu of said improvements to the town or DOT as applicable. So these are part of condition 16. So you will see the slide at the end of the conditions. There is one caveat change that they're proposing in this list, but I'll go over these and then we'll get to that slide. Proposed zoning condition related to Rollsville Road and Robertson Pond Road, conduct a signal warrant analysis prior to the 171st certificate of occupancy. The proposal you'll see in the slide here in a minute will be at the first CO, so they're moving up that signal warrant analysis. And a signal warrant analysis is done by a traffic engineer and determines if the traffic signal is required at a certain time and has to get approval by NCDOT. If that traffic signal on the first CO is required, they will have to install a traffic signal and pay for that cost and get approvals through DOT. They also required to construct an exclusive westbound right turn lane with a minimum 150 feet of full width storage and appropriate decel and tapering. Construct an exclusive southbound left turn lane with a minimum 100 feet full of storage and appropriate decel and taper. At the intersection of Rollsville Road and Puryear Road and Site Access 1, which is considered the main entrance to the proposed subdivision, there are additional turn lanes required at that intersection as well. And also, they do have to conduct a signal warrant analysis prior to the 750th CO, and in that case, install a traffic signal once warranted and approved by NCDOT. Rollsville Road, Davistown Road, they do have to conduct the signal warrant analysis prior to the 426th CO, and then build that turn lane. Rollsville Road and Site Access 2, there's additional turn lanes that are required by the TIA. Rollsville Road Site Access 3, additional turn lanes, and then Rollsville Road and Shady View Drive, construct an exclusive northbound right turn lane with the storage, and then restrict access of Shady View Drive to the right in, right out at the driveway. There's also a turn lane to construct at the intersection of Keith Road and US 64 Business between Wendell and Knightdale. Proposed zoning condition 17, to support pedestrian access to community amenities, a 10-foot multi-use path shall be constructed on the east side of Street M in lieu of a standard sidewalk, linking the amenity site to the park space. Condition 18, the developer will replace existing stop signs on Marks Creek Road at the intersection of Rollsville Road, which is north of the proposed project, with solar-powered continuous flashing stop sign assemblies pending NCDOT approval. Conditions 19 through 27 right now are related to architectural features. A town cannot regulate what an appearance of a single-family home looks like. State law prevents us from doing that. Developers or applicants for development will submit conditions related to architectural features. Any town in North Carolina, we cannot say what materials a building can have other than a commercial building. So condition 19, to promote a variation in home appearance, no home can be constructed with a front exterior elevation, front facade, or color palette that is identical to the two homes on either side. Condition 20, no single-family detached home shall be constructed with a front exterior elevation or color palette that is identical to the home directly across the street or diagonally across the street. These type of zoning conditions are very common in development in Wendell. We do review on every new home application, we do a zoning letter and keep track of the model, the colors, and things that are used by the developer when they have these conditions. Condition 21, garage doors shall either contain windows or carriage-style adornments. Condition 22, foundation of single-family dwelling detached homes shall be monolithic slabs raised a minimum 12-inch above finished grade. Any exposed foundation fronting a public right-of-way, front or corner, shall be adorned with stucco parged finish above that finished grade. Condition 23, vinyl may only be used for accent features, including but not limited to soffits and eaves. Condition 24, all dwelling units shall include a minimum of one door or window on all side elevations per floor. Condition 25, all townhome units shall include a minimum 2-foot offset in the front elevation from an adjacent unit. Condition 26, all dwellings shall include a porch, minimum 60, a deck, 100 square feet, or patio. This condition's actually been revised and will be on the next slide. Also, all units shall include window trim on windows facing public right-of-way. Condition 28, as reflected in the associated master plan and the development agreement to be approved by the board, the applicant shall publicly dedicate and improve roughly 10 acres along Davistown Road for the use by the town of Wendell as a publicly owned and maintained neighborhood park. This public park will include at a minimum, which the details of those are in the developer's agreement, which talks about minimums, such as the size of the restroom, picnic shelter, playground, things like that. So you can see the proposed park, which would be publicly Town of Wendell maintained playground with fence, picnic shelter, a water and sewer stub that would have restrooms, a parking lot, pollinator garden, and walking trails, and be connected to the greenway system. Condition 29, the primary amenity site for Weathers, which would be privately owned and maintained by the HOA, will at a minimum include a pool, roughly 4,000 square feet, clubhouse, 2,500 square feet, and will be constructed within 18 months of plat approval of Phase 1. Condition 30, the post-development stormwater discharge peak flow rate for the property shall not exceed pre-development peak flow rates for the 1-year, 10-year, and 25-year storm events at points of analysis where runoff leaves the property. Condition 31, the proposed primary stormwater control measure labeled as SCMC on the master plan, the outlets to the adjacent property with the pin there referenced shall be constructed wetland that meets the town of Wendell and NCDEQ requirements. Revised conditions, which I mentioned, so condition 6, sod will be installed in all yards, front, rear, and side. The previous condition said it was only going to be in the front and side, so the applicant revised this condition. Also, the signal warrant analysis, which is part of condition 16, says that a signal warrant analysis needs to be done at the first CO for Rollsville and Robertson Pond intersection. Revised condition number 26, all townhomes shall include a porch, deck, or patio. And then a new condition, which would get labeled 27 and the others would get relabeled. All single-family homes shall include a front porch with one dimension of at least 5.6 inches. At least 50% of the single-family homes will have a front porch of 50 square feet or greater, with all front porches exceeding 30 square feet. Additionally, all single-family homes shall include either a patio, deck, or screened-in porch in the rear yard of at least 100 square feet. So those are the current proposed zoning conditions related to this project, and we will go over some of the other components. The environmental, the plan does show the roughly 9 stormwater control measures throughout the project. If this project is approved, they will need to obtain any stormwater erosion control permits via Wake County, which is, we have a contract, the town of Wendell has a contract for Wake County for those services. Buffers, The UDO does require buffers with neighboring parcels. The plan shows a 20-foot perimeter buffer in all areas where the development abuts another property. There's also a 10-foot street yard buffer shown where the development has street frontage along the existing roads. The proposed development plan does include street tree plantings along the existing frontages, as well as all the internal streets that are proposed. Open space, UDO requires 1,000 square feet of open space per townhome, 1,750 square feet of open space per single family, and of that, certain proportions need to be active or considered improved. The proposed development plan needs to have a minimum of 1.5 million square feet of open space. They're providing just over a little over 2 million. The development is dedicated to improving that 10 acres along Davistown for a town-owned and maintained park. The development does have 6 improved open space areas with 4 considered as active, and also has 54,000 square feet of greenway trails that'll be publicly dedicated and maintained. The main amenity area does include clubhouse, pool, playground, patio, and sports courts for their residents. And then the town park will be open for everyone and maintained. The improved open space include things like athletic fields, cornhole, playground, gazebo, natural playground, dog park, walkways, and benches. UDO section 16.3 is environmental survey. There are existing 2 ponds on the site, as well as several noose riparian buffers that are shown on the plans. Phasing, the development does show 7 phases. Some of the amenities I've listed here in each phase. So phase 1 does include the pool, the deck, playground, sports courts, as well as 54,000 square feet of the greenway trail. Phase 2 includes the dedication of that park to the town of Wendell. Phase 3 contains playground, improved open space with trails and benches. Phase 6 includes dog park, more improved space with trails and benches. Phase 7 includes a youth athletic field, cornhole playground, and 2 other improved spaces. TIA was completed for the project. There is a list here of all the turn lanes required by the TIA. We do also share the image on the right. The TIA has been approved by NCDOT and meets the requirements. So you can see there's along Rollsville Road, there's turn lanes southbound and northbound at a variety of intersections. And also it does talk about the signal warrant analysis, which we have gone over in the kind of the zoning conditions. And so just to go over that, road frontages will be brought up to town of Wendell standards, include pavement, curb gutter, sidewalk, street trees, and dedication of any additional right-of-way needed. All interior streets being proposed do meet our town standards, and all lots have the required 2 parking spaces, and many have more than that. These are some of our images for the cross sections of the roadway improvements. You can see those there. Rollsville Road is intended to be a 110-foot full right-of-way, 4 lanes divided, very similar to Wendell Falls Parkway. And then the 2-lane section, which you see there, is our standard collector street with bike lanes, sidewalks, and street trees. Comprehensive plan. Blueprint 2030 classifies these parcels as either low-density estate, which is the north of Davistown, or medium residential 1, which is pretty much the majority of the project. Low-density residential estate calls up to 2 units per acre. Medium residential living 1 is 2 to 4 units per acre. The overall density of the project is a little over 3.06 units per acre, and contains both single-family dwellings and townhomes. The development does include 760 single-family homes, 170 townhomes. The land west and south of the townhome portion of the rezoning is classified as Innovation District. There was a land use plan amendment done about almost 2 years ago now. Includes hundreds of acres along Keith's Road, extending eastward to the Glennon mixed use and existing residential along Rollsville Road. Innovation districts are classified and focus on light industrial, research, distribution, logistics, makerspace, office, educational, retail, and services, as well as live-work units and multifamily. Innovation districts are certainly more intense than medium residential 1 or low-density residential. Innovation district development is more intense, as I mentioned, and so that area is a joint economic development acres that were identified through economic development study, and some of that is in Nightdale's future urban service area as well. Statement of plan consistency. Any recommended change to the zoning map should be accompanied by a statement explaining how the change is or is not consistent with the comp plan and is not reasonable in nature. The plan being proposed is partially consistent with Blueprint Wendell 2030 as the overall density falls within the density range for medium residential 1, but is above the density for the low density estate, and neither place type calls for townhomes as a type of new development. The development plan could be considered, however, could be considered reasonable as assists with a few goals. Neighborhoods and housing, diversify our housing to appeal to different groups, age, income, lifestyle preference, and family situations. Green space and Greenway 1, increase public access to outdoors, open space, nature, including and through the existing expansion of Wendell's rec system. Green space and Greenway G12, implement the 2019 Parks and Rec Master Plan by creating more green space and connections and implementing park amenities, land acquisition to ensure equitable access across the town and its various demographics. Green space and Greenways G1.3, provide equitable access to comparable amenities. The park being proposed does not include any active courts, but does include things like playground, bathrooms, connection for a trailhead, parking, and other amenities. Neighborhood meeting, the applicant did hold 3 throughout the process. We require 1, they did hold 2 additional. Technical review committees completed their review of the applicant's master plan. The applicants made corrections based on their comments. Additional review would occur if this development is approved, would go into construction drawing phase. Staff comments, the proposed development is partially consistent with the comp plan Blueprint Wendell 2030 and could be considered reasonable since it fulfills the goals of the comp plan noted on the last slide, as it provides a transition between land classified as innovation place type to townhomes and single family before going outside of the town's urban service area. For these reasons, staff is recommending approval. I can field any questions you have. The applicant does have a PowerPoint as well.
Okay, let's open the public hearing. Anything from the board so far? All right, let's hear from the applicant.
Good evening, Mayor Gray, Commissioners. I'm Collier Marsh with Parker Poe at 301 Fayetteville Street, here on behalf of the applicant, which is Lennar Homes. We've got a number of members of our team filling up this front row from McAdams, from Lennar, and also from my firm, Parker Poe, all with different specialties and available to answer any questions you may have tonight. We want to make sure we give you all the information you need to make an informed decision on this project. So we are calling this Weathers Landing, and I think we're all very familiar with the site and the surrounding area. I think staff did an excellent job of summarizing the project and going through the conditions, and I just want to hit a few additional points to talk about some of the efforts that have gone into the project and the benefits that we see with it. I always like to start with the comprehensive plan to frame our discussions for a developer, for constituents. This is a guiding principle that informs what type of growth is going to happen. Here we have 2 designations that apply to the site, the low density estate and the medium residential 1, which is the bulk of the site. And then that innovation district is that kind of, call it hashed red color to the southwest of our site. And then you see the red activity center and employment centers to the south. So some dense uses envisioned to the south of here, which makes sense then to have in our location, not your highest density of residential, but reasonable density residential, and not real low scale residential. Just driving in a little bit more as to the descriptions that are provided for each of those designations. That low density residential designation calls for large and medium single family homes up to 2 units per acre. But the point that I wanted to pull out that I think is important, and it's one of the defining features of this project, is the conservation design. And so within that section, it talks about including more open space in exchange for smaller lot sizes. That's actually a preferred approach. So if you can get more open space with the project and also achieve higher density, that's viewed as a win. So the plan specifically calls that out. That's one of the themes that the McAdams team looked at when they looked at the site to design an appropriate layout. Looking to the medium residential 1 designation, small, medium, large lot, single family, you want a mix of housing types, and so that's another key point that we looked at to make sure that we have the appropriate different types, different lot sizes, different home products to provide the variety the plan calls for. Density is supposed to be 2 to 4 units per acre, and as Brian alluded to, we're right in the middle at 3. And then open space is important again. Pocket parks, neighborhood parks, greenway trails, all are things that must be included. And then the last thing, and Brian covered this already, but that innovation district really informed the decisions for just a small section of our property. The only area we were proposing townhomes is the area west of Rollsville Road, where it's next to that innovation district. It serves as a transition, and I think it avoids difficult discussions down the road if you make a decision to have very low density residential in that spot and then have an exciting innovation district project in the future. You're going to have a lot of tension between those uses, and so it's helpful to think about that now and have an appropriate transition on that portion of the property. And then back to the future land use map, just to show that the town's vision for this area really is coming true with a lot of exciting developments in the area. We covered the innovation district, but then you have Wake Tech coming in, Wendell Commerce Center, and other more dense uses concentrated around this area. And our site really does serve as a transition to get to the more rural areas to the north. And I think it's recognized, even by Wake County, that this really is a line for development. So I think we'll hear from a lot of folks tonight about concerns about growth out into Wake County, and where's it going to stop? Well, the plans actually say that this is a spot for growth, and it should stop beyond here. And so this project, although it seems like it's pushing the boundaries, is right in line with what the boundaries are today and how they've been envisioned, not only by the town of Wendell, but by Wake County. And so Wake County's own designation says 4 to 12 units per acre, which says this should be a part of the town. This should be annexed in at an appropriate density, a density that meets the needs of the town and warrants providing service to this area. Our timeline here, I just want to bring this up for a few points. Again, we have a lot of community involvement, but I want to make it clear that this is not a project where a developer has tried to rush it through and kind of get all of everything we want without listening to others. We've had 8 submittals, and I think that ignores some of the little kind of incremental changes you make along the way over the course of more than a year. So working with the staff, and with each submittal, we listen to staff comments, staff listens to other stakeholders, and the project gets better each step of the way. And we really appreciate staff's work on that and appreciate that we reached the point where we earned their recommendation of approval here. We've also had 3 neighborhood meetings with this project. We recognize that there was a lot of interest here, and so we had those extra neighborhood meetings, 1, to figure out what we can do to improve this project, to address concerns, but 2, it became increasingly clear to us that there's just a need for better information for folks that came to these meetings. So we needed to provide a lot of information about how stormwater design and controls work, how our transportation improvements work, not only the transportation improvements with this project, but other projects in the area. And so we worked hard to have really thorough presentations on those points. And although they may not win the day with all of our neighbors, I think we're pretty proud of the information that's been provided, and we hope that you'll see that this project really is checking those boxes as it should. We did make it through planning board after 2 meetings, and we appreciate their recommendation of approval, but we had to make some changes in response to their feedback to improve the project for the better. A lot of those were localized to specific neighbors that talked about, how their property lines interacted with ours, and so we made changes to improve buffers in those areas. Brian did a great job of covering the project and its details and all the written commitments, and I'll spare you each little detail. We're proposing R7. Our density is right where it should be. Open space is a defining feature of this area. I think we're going to hear a lot about the changing of the landscape and a loss of what's there today, but this project sets the highest of bars as far as preserving what's there today. So we have 128 acres that's some form of either open space defined by the UDO or common area, so areas outside of lot line, outside of lots and outside of right-of-way, but undeveloped area and part of the general good there. We're also proposing a public park with this project, 10 acres given to the town turnkey, all costs, all design, all work done by Lennar and given to the members of the community, but not to immediately burden that park with the residents of this development. This project meets the needs of its residents with privately maintained parks and amenities, more than 10 acres of those, extensive greenway construction, and then another feature that we understand is important to folks within the town is enhanced stormwater controls and green stormwater infrastructure. And so this project is proposing very stringent stormwater conditions and some of the highest levels of green stormwater infrastructure I've ever been a part of, and we're going to give you the information on that. 31 conditions here. Brian covered them in great detail, but they're extensive, and they continue to ensure a high quality of development to address the concerns we've heard. Which finally brings us to the concept plan. And so this is an illustrative rendering of the concept plan that's submitted as a zoning condition to this project. And so just a couple things to point out. You see that dividing line, essentially Rollsville Road running diagonally through the site. The colors, the shades of purple is that townhome section. So the two shades represent two different product types. Again, meeting the plan's goals for different product types, housing variety, different sizes to meet different needs. And that's the only location we're proposing those to serve as that transition to the Innovation District. As you cross the street to the eastern side, you see shades of yellow, brown, and tan. Those are single-family homes, single-family detached. And the different colors represent different lot sizes, and within those different lot sizes, it means different product types. And again, achieving that housing variety that the plan calls for. And again, different price points, allowing options for folks of different stages of life. Throughout the site, I hope that you can see the green working its way through. There are large corridors of preserved open area, with the public park being a kind of central feature at that Davistown Rollsville Road intersection. About 10 acres there, and then continuing through the site. And I do want to then emphasize the open space to kind of zoom out so you can really see all that green. So we ignore the homes for a second and realize that this project really does preserve a meaningful amount of open space, far beyond what you typically see. So again, that's 42% of the property is some form of open space or common area. 10-acre park is central to it. The main amenity here that I'll get to is 5 acres, and then 5 more acres of pocket park space throughout the site. And we work to space those evenly throughout so that everybody that lives here has some sort of park space and a walkable location to their home. There's a minimum 20-foot buffers throughout the site, but they're far greater in certain locations, and especially they're enhanced in locations where we've spoke with neighbors directly about how this project may impact their homes, and so we added commitments in those locations. The riparian areas, the most environmentally sensitive areas, are absolutely preserved with this project, and then I alluded to it, we'll tell you more, but there's a constructed wetland with this project. It's kind of where there's a square in the upper right-hand corner of our development. There are folks that own a farm that is right in that location. They're concerned about where water kind of reaches their property, and that is where our constructed wetland exists. It's the highest quality that we're able to deliver. It's superior to typical stormwater controls, and it's a major commitment of this project. Getting to the public park, we'll show a rendering of what it could look like in the future. Much of this is the subject of the development agreement, but the way that this park came about, one was there's obviously a demonstrated need by the town to have a public park, but as far as the commitments, the components of that park, basically, we heard from staff, your planning staff and your park staff. They came up with a list of the needs for this area and what they'd like to see in a park, and they sent it to us, and we just committed to every single one. So those are the components of this park, from the playground to the parking areas to the restrooms to the picnic pavilion, pollinator garden. It has green stormwater infrastructure included within it, and it's got educational signage so that folks know that that actually is something better than what you typically see. And so we have a rendering of what that park could look like. This was our initial design done at the time that staff came up with those requests or recommendations from the park. And you can see all those commitments and then illustrations of similar examples. The details come in the development agreement where we've got measurable standards for each of those components that we must meet in order to satisfy our contractual obligations to the town. But again, we don't want to build a 10-acre park for the benefit of the town and then immediately send all our residents there. That's not really doing any public benefit at that point. So we're ensuring with this project that we have ample privately maintained amenities to serve the needs of this community. So that starts with a 5-acre main amenity that's connected via greenway to that public park and through that kind of stream corridor. And so within it, it's everything you'd hope for in a main amenity, from the clubhouse to the pool, pickleball courts, playground, play fields, seating areas, and open lawns. And then we zoom out again, looking at the concept plan. And what we're trying to illustrate here, if you look on the left-hand side, there's a red circle with dashes around it. That's showing you where the inset image is on the right-hand side. And so we're going to work our way around the neighborhood now to show you the pocket parks, the privately maintained amenities, to show that each of those areas then has features that are within close proximity and walkable to those homes. So starting in that upper left-hand corner, we've got 2 pocket parks with playgrounds, play fields, walking trails, seating areas, all the things you'd hope for in a pocket park. And then continuing east, again, another area with play fields, walking areas, playgrounds. And then continuing on to the southeast, same components in another pocket park. And then finally finishing at the townhome area where we've got another pocket park, but a dog park also included within this section, which is particularly valuable to folks that live in townhomes. Brian went through the zoning conditions with a fine-tooth comb, and I think that he covered them well, but they're all enhanced commitments. We have a couple of technical things in there, but for the most part, these are just our ways of going above and beyond what the code requires to address what we've heard from constituents, address what we've heard from staff. So obviously, we have to conform with that plan that we're showing you. That's not just one idea, and then we're going to change it out on you. That plan is a commitment of this rezoning as it should be. And an HOA is going to maintain the common areas of this community, and they're extensive. Most of these are somewhat technical. The sod commitment was changed today. It was on the front and corner yards. It's on all yards now. We heard feedback that was desirable, and we included it. We've got a couple of setbacks just to address a couple different lot types to provide that housing variety. And then Brian explained the 10-foot driveway and how that matches better with the scale of some of these townhomes and also reduces impervious surface, which is important to folks in the community that are concerned about stormwater. Our architectural conditions are extensive. I've worked with Lennar on projects throughout the Triangle, and over time, we have this working list of conditions that we add to ensure the highest quality of development. And so we're confident that they address concerns about quality and having a good-looking, long-lasting community. But there's also another component of architectural commitments that's important. That's providing differentiation between homes so that you avoid some of the mistakes of years past, where if you have such prescribed commitments, every house looks the same, and you start to have too much uniformity. So with our requirements that have different elevations and colors next to other homes, and then also the fundamental plan that has such a wide variety of product types, it's ensuring that you just don't have that monotony. You don't have that cookie cutter appearance. You've got kind of differentiation as you go on the street. That even includes the rear loaded single family homes, which are my favorite among kind of the elevations, where you have that nice entrance, sidewalk to the street, and cars aren't in the front. So it creates a unique atmosphere, and it's mixed in throughout the community. So we added those conditions to ensure high quality, but also not monotony. And then we've improved those. We heard feedback that there's often concerns that you just have a little flatness with facades. And so previously, we had a condition that said all homes had to have either a porch of a certain dimension, a front porch, or a rear patio or rear deck. So what we did is we maintained that for the townhomes, because the townhomes already have a 2-foot offset that's required. So they had that kind of differentiation. But for the single-family homes, we modified that so every single one has a porch. And they actually all have kind of porches of varying sizes depending on the layout, but we set minimum standards for that front porch. And then also a minimum standard for a larger front porch. And then everyone also then would have to have that backyard patio, screen porch, and things like that. So you're getting both on the single-family homes, but you're guaranteed to have that kind of architectural interest on the front facade of single-family detached homes. We covered open space in the park, but this essentially says all those open space, details I was summarizing are also codified in written conditions with this project. We're going to talk extensively about stormwater in a minute, just to talk about what a high bar this is, because stormwater is absolutely a concern of our neighbors, and we get it, and we're doing everything that a developer could do to address it. We have extensive runs of fence. Almost the entire eastern property line is going to be fenced to address specific property owners and their concerns. And then our transportation commitments are extensive as well. And Brian went through these. We're going to talk about just the TIA, the scoping, and how that worked to show just how meaningful our transportation improvements are. And the change being that we moved up the signal warrant analysis for one of those signals, hearing feedback that we want to get those in as soon as possible. We moved that timeline up today. One thing that we did add based on neighbor feedback, that TIA focused on areas kind of proximate to our site in south, where the highest traffic is. But we heard from folks that live far north of our site out in Wake County about the Marks Creek Road, Rollsville Road intersection, that there's a stop sign there, but folks really don't see it, don't seem to stop. And so we have a commitment to add flashing lights there to make it a lot more visible to improve that condition. These are representative elevations of the single-family detached homes. There's a lot more variety than what we're showing here, but these are the different product types that will be offered, with the front loads of a couple different sizes, meeting those different lot sizes that we're showing, and then the rear load unit on the bottom right showing an example of that. But again, within each of these 4 categories, there's a lot more variety than what's shown here. Similarly, our townhomes shown here, we've got 2 different sizes, from the 2-car garage, really wide, larger units, to the 1-car garage, smaller units, to again provide that variety. All right, so I'm finally going to stop talking, and you can hear from somebody that knows a lot more about the science of this project. So I'm going to bring up Kelly Garcia to explain the stormwater controls that we've proposed with this project.
Evening. I'm Kelly Garcia. I work at McAdams, and I'm the stormwater engineer for this project. Stormwater, like Collier said, has been a concern from the beginning from the community, and it's something that Lennar has taken seriously. So there have been 2 zoning commitments that I'm going to cover in more detail. Zoning conditions, meaning that Lennar is going above and beyond for stormwater control for the site. The first being is that the post-development stormwater discharge, the peak flow rate from the property shall not exceed the pre-development peak flow rates for the 1-year, 10-year, and 25-year storm events at points of discharges where runoff leaves the property. And I'll go into more detail on subsequent slides. The second zoning condition is that one of the proposed primary stormwater control measures, labeled as SCMC on the master plan, that outlets to the property mentioned up above, shall be a constructed wetland that meets both the Town of Wendell requirements and NCDEQ stormwater requirements. As you can see in the photo of the example wetland, enhanced wetlands are a green stormwater device that'll provide more pollutant removal for water quality, which was a concern for the downstream property that's adjacent. And in the photo, you can see they're more shallower, they're providing a lot more plants, and these plants are doing the work of doing this pollutant removal. As mentioned, the stormwater control measures are all drainage, which I'll show on the next slide, all drainage from the proposed development and some additional existing off-site roadways are going to be routed to these, what we call primary stormwater control measures. Stormwater control measures are holding back water at a slower rate so that it mitigates the peak flows to existing conditions. So it will not be worse than existing conditions, and at the same time, they're providing water quality treatment. So the zoning condition, in order to achieve this, they're upsizing the SEM so they can detain more than just the town requirement, which is 1 year, and we're providing it for the 10-year and the 25-year detention. So this is becoming a more resilient neighborhood to help with flooding control for any stormwater that's leaving the property. This is just a visual to show you that with the additional detention that Lennar is committing to for the 25-year, the dashed line is showing, in theory, what it would look like for detaining to the 1-year detention, which is the minimum requirement. But by doing the 25-year detention, that means it's going to be a larger footprint for the SEM. They're going to be deeper, a taller dam, so that these all proposed stormwater control measures can hold back more flow and provide detention, which is, again, mitigating that peak flow for higher storm events. And that higher storm event is all the way up to the 25-year. This is a visual to show, so everything's shaded in a color. You can see the entire site is being collected via storm drainage, like all the pipes that are in the streets and roof drainages, et cetera, will all be routed to the blue shaded areas, which are the stormwater control measures. So the entire site won't have like bypassing issues. It's all being controlled to SCMs that are going to be appropriately sized to control stormwater runoff for the 25 to up to the 25-year detention. So this is just another visual arrow showing the flow and how it gets to each SCM. The star of the blue is showing where the SCM designed SCMs are located, and all the SCMs from there will go to points of discharge that already exist on this site. I also want to point out that there is, going above and beyond, is the green stormwater infrastructure that's being committed at the public park. You saw a slide that said potentially bioretention. That's correct. That's something we're looking into. And then the location of the enhanced wetland known as SCMC is on the eastern property to help further protect downstream property that is adjacent. Let's see if I'm forgetting anything else. Yeah, as mentioned, flood control is occurring through these SEMs up to the 25-year, and they're additionally providing water quality treatment. And then above and beyond, water quality treatment with the green stormwater infrastructure and the enhanced wetland. Just want to cover existing conditions. Based on USDA NRCS methodology that we have to follow for analysis, agricultural land that's here actually can behave like more like developed land. And that's because when land has gone from wooded to cleared land, it will have less infiltration from compaction, and then that means more runoff volume is occurring, and it's not getting held back like it will be with stormwater control measures. And with the more runoff volume, that means more erosive flows to the streams, which have been observed on the site, that these are degrading and look more like an urban city stream versus like natural pristine streams that you may find surrounding wooding if it was wooded conditions. The other thing is that with this land that has been cleared and historically most likely used for agricultural land, had a lot of use of applications such as pesticides, herbicides, fertilizers, and that wasn't getting treated. So all those application processes will not be occurring anymore, and there will be SCMs there to provide treatment for the fertilizers that will be used in the yards. So for a stormwater summary, the stormwater control measures, the site is going above and beyond, so not only meeting the minimum requirements, but exceeding DEQ and town stormwater requirements. I just wanted to mention that DEQ has spent decades conducting research and continuously are updating their regulations for us that we have to abide by for the best solutions to implement on-site for development. And this site is doing that and going above and beyond for both flood control and water quality treatment. The flood control, again, being for 25-year, and the SCMs of the enhanced wetland and the potential bioretention at the public park is additional measures to help for water quality that is discharging off-site. One thing that has been brought up in previous meetings is the SCM maintenance. The SCMs aren't going to just be built and then forgot about. SCMs, there are an O&M manual and actually an O&M agreement for the HOA that they have to maintain these facilities. And there's also annual inspections by the town that will come out and make sure that these facilities are still functioning and providing the intent of the design. So just wanted to make that clear of the maintenance, and again, it's not just build it and walk away type of situation for these SCMs. Additionally, there's a downstream analysis for all points of discharge leaving the site, and that's confirming that the development from the proposed development of Weathers Landing is confirming that downstream structures, that there aren't going to be any adverse impacts from the development. So that means like checking existing culverts and roads, making sure, again, that this site is not making anything worse downstream from what's leaving the property, from the stormwater leaving the property. And lastly, environmental permitting has to occur for this site. So natural spaces such as stream buffers and wetlands and jurisdictional features, not only are they being preserved on the site, but all of these features that are deemed water of the U.S. are being permitted legally through DEQ, DWR, and Army Corps of Engineers. So that is stormwater summary, and I'll come back up if there's questions. Yeah, thank you.
So we're bringing our engineering team to kind of hit the hottest issue. So stormwater was, issue number 1 or 2. Traffic was right up there with it. And then with that is density. But when a project's well buffered, I think what we're hearing from folks that live a ways away is traffic. And so we wanted to provide as much information as to traffic mitigation as possible. So with that, Nate introduce himself and cover those points.
Good evening. My name is Nate Boquin. I'm traffic engineering lead with McAdams. So as Collier mentioned, we conducted a traffic impact analysis. You'll oftentimes hear this referred to just as a TIA. So that was heard a high-level overview of that already, but I wanted to dive a little bit more into the nuts and bolts of that so you can kind of see under the hood of what actually goes into that TIA. So to start off, that study kicks off with a scoping study, scoping meeting with NCDOT as well as town staff to go over what assumptions we're going to be including within the study. That's where we start looking at what intersections need to be included, what other adjacent developments are included, and other assumptions here that I'm going to dive into. So as an outcome of that scoping, it actually came back that there were 23 intersections that we included in this study. That is a very, very large traffic study. So wanted to be all-encompassing there. So we then go out, we conduct traffic counts at those intersections. We focus on the weekday AM peak hour and the weekday PM peak hour. So that's kind of essentially your morning commute and your evening commute. We conducted those traffic counts in January 2024. We always make sure schools are in session and kind of normal traffic operations are happening. Once we have those volumes, we then grow that up to a future year. For this one, we looked at kind of what year our project would be built out by. So grew that out to 2031. That uses a 3% compounded growth rate. So that's 3% every year all the way up to 2031. And then on top of that, we then add in any adjacent developments. So any approved projects nearby that also have traffic studies, or even if they don't have traffic studies, we can include them in here. And so we include both those projects, the traffic volumes from those, as well as whatever traffic improvements that they have, so that we're not doubling up on any sort of transportation improvements. We want to make sure that we're looking at what we need to provide, and not just what others may have already provided out there. So again, Collier went over some of the other developments that are in the area. Those traffic studies were included here. The 6 are highlighted on your screen. And then after that, we then add in our traffic to be able to see the no builds, so the volumes without our traffic volumes added, and then the build volumes with our traffic added as well. So it allow us to see both our impacts as well as what conditions are like without our development. And I'll highlight a little bit later some of the benefits of that. Once we do that traffic analysis, we're able to take a look at how those intersections are operating. NCDOT has very stringent requirements of what we need to look at in terms of additional delay being added at intersections, levels of service, which is looking at delay as well, and any sort of degradation that we might have in those operations out there. So again, here we're looking at those traffic intersections that we included within the traffic study. So there were a lot, and we wanted to make sure that we were focusing on kind of those commuter patterns that would get folks down to the highway and back out, whether it's heading in towards town or heading along 64. So also wanted to, I mentioned a little bit ago, all of the traffic improvements that are being provided by some of the other developments. Again, those were included within our study. But when you hear some of the larger developments that are happening in the area, they are providing their improvements as well. So Wendell Commerce Center, Wake Tech, all of those projects have a significant list of improvements here. I'm not going to read through them all, but I did want to highlight that there are a lot of improvements being constructed. Here's another slide just with, again, highlighting all of those improvements. And then as staff went over, once we start going into our improvements here, we also have a very significant list. Some of these, and I'll dive a little bit deeper into some of these here in just a moment, but they're both looking to mitigate our impacts, as well as there are some that we are providing improvements, significant improvements to existing issues. So again, not just our impacts, but also seeing how we can better the community and some of the conditions that are out there today. I did want to also highlight again the intersection of Rollsville Road, Robertson Pond Road. Based on some coordination that we have had with NCDOT, we were able to move that traffic signal warrant analysis forward. One of the difficult things when it comes to traffic signals, NCDOT never wants to have one installed too soon. When you install a traffic signal too soon, you're introducing additional delay to a corridor. That's not necessary. There's not sufficient volume on the minor streets for a delay that you're adding to the main line. Based on some feedback, and this was actually some feedback that we also received during some of the community meetings with the school operations out there, there were some concerns about where parents are dropping off along Rollsville Road. That NCDOT is aware of that. They actually have a group called MSTA that is working with Wake County Schools to reconfigure the carpool situation on the high school campus out there. And as part of that, they're looking to utilize Robertson Pond Road a little bit more. I don't have all the specifics of what that exactly looks like, but because of that, NCDOT wants that traffic signal to be installed sooner than we were originally anticipating. They're seeing that as a big opportunity to be able to provide, utilize that additional capacity that we're going to be opening up. Again, additional improvements that we're constructing on site. So this graphic here just highlights all that's going on out here. So the arrows that you see in blue, I know it's a little difficult to see up at the top there. So those are all the turn lanes, all the improvements that we are constructing. All of the arrows in yellow are all of the ones being constructed by other developments. And then the white are existing lanes out there. So there are significant improvements that are being constructed, both by other developments as well as part of this project to mitigate the additional traffic volumes that are coming online with some of these projects. So again, just wanted to highlight take a little deeper dive into specific intersections. So here, the intersection of Davistown Road at Rollsville Road, I just wanted to highlight, we are improving the westbound approach. So the westbound approach, currently today, it's unsignalized. When we introduce that signal, we are improving the conditions for that westbound approach. But then also, once we do introduce that traffic signal, we then have an overall intersection levels of service, and that is an acceptable level at that point. Level of service B being what that's looking like. So the intersection of Rollsville Road, Puryear Road, again, we're providing acceptable levels of service with those transportation improvements that we're providing. This is a little bit different situation since we are the fourth leg at that intersection, though. And so then the intersection of Rollsville Road and Robertson Pond Road, I highlighted a little bit of this just a moment ago. But again, we are providing significant improvements here. Under the no-build condition, so without our project, we're looking at the westbound approach having level service F with 450 seconds of delay. With our signalization and our turn lanes that we're providing, that brings that to a level service C with 35 seconds of delay. So that's when I was speaking to the additional capacity that we were opening up that NCDOT and Wake County Schools was looking to utilize. That's what I was speaking to. And in the weekday PM peak hour, similar situation where we are improving that up to level service C. And then looking further down the corridor, we're maintaining acceptable levels of service down at the interchange, as well as further down at Wendell Boulevard. I didn't want to dive into every single intersection here, but just wanted to highlight some of those. And then again, staff had highlighted some of the future cross sections, but wanted to show them again here as well. So Robertson Pond Road, under future existing conditions, two-lane road, we are providing along our frontage improvements. So again, this is something that TIA doesn't necessarily call out as being necessary to mitigate our traffic impacts. But it is necessary to provide those future cross sections that the town's looking for. So that is setting it up for that four-lane median divided. We're providing that cross section across our frontage for that. And then Davistown Road, again, two-lane undivided cross section, providing bike lanes along there, setting it up for that future corridor. In particular, Davistown Road, since we have controlled both sides of the road, we are able to go ahead and set the ultimate condition along our whole frontage along there to go ahead and get that set up for that ultimate condition and have it striped as such. And again, Collier covered this a little bit ago, but based on some of the community feedback, the intersection of Marks Creek Road at Rollsville Road was one that was called out as being a concern that the neighbors had. And so up on the screen is kind of what you're looking at what that commitment actually looks like. So it is providing additional lighting on the stop signs to where they flash and bring additional attention to the driver's eye. And so that is the overview of the traffic study, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have after the presentation.
So again, on transportation, we heard neighbors loud and clear that they're concerned about traffic, primarily on Rollsville Road. And so we just wanted to provide you all with the information so that everyone can see there's a major transformation of that corridor in the works through this project and through others. And I think that the board knows that there's not always municipal funds to handle projects like that. And so it takes some of these developments to come in and bring the needed improvements, and it takes projects of a certain scale to be able to actually afford to bring those improvements to the town. And so that's one of the balances with this project, is to see that improvement, you need to have the project that can deliver it, and that is this project. So continuing on, just kind of summarizing everything you've heard, and you've heard plenty from us as the applicant. This project, we believe, is consistent with the town's comprehensive plan, checking boxes with a low-density residential designation with single-family detached homes in that section, as well as with conservation design incorporated throughout the site. Medium residential 1, we have the right lot sizes, home types. Our density is exactly where it should be in the middle of the range, 2 to 4 units per acre, and we're at 3. And then we've got all of the parks, all the amenities that you want and what your plan calls for. And then just the last piece, again, is that innovation district and the need to provide an effective transition with the townhome component of our project. Highlighting again, some comprehensive plan policies that were flagged by staff as grounds for consistency and supporting their recommendation of approval. And again, the planning board shared their view and recommended approval of this project as well. But we're focusing a lot on the details of the project. We're trying to talk about some of the other external components of it. And so I just wanted to summarize the public benefits here, because they really are significant. And when faced with a tough decision, I think these are the type of things you can look at to get comfort that this project is delivering what it should. We're fulfilling the comprehensive plan, but we're also delivering a 10-acre public park to the town. This is 100% at the developer's expense: design, construction, and delivery. Turn the keys over. The town's role here is to review the plans, make sure that it's checking the boxes that it should with our commitments in the development agreement, and then making sure that our construction drawings satisfy it. So really, this is developer-led and supported by the town. And I'm sure it's going to be a very cooperative and collaborative effort to design it. So we provided numbers as to the value of that. And so this is pre-tariff and pre-whatever the current costs are, but it's about $3.3 million when we looked at that during the planning board stage of this process. The Greenway corridor, nearly a mile going through the site at the tune of about $320,000. The enhanced stormwater controls, I think, they are very significant here. And I don't want those to be lost in all of the discussion because green stormwater infrastructure of this scale is unheard of. And we're doing it in 2 locations. We're doing it in a park where it's visible to the public and they can learn and see the benefits and see the good things that the town's encouraging. And we're doing it on a large scale in the most critical location of our property where we're adjacent to an existing farm. I've never been a part of a project that's offered that. Now, we haven't provided numbers as to the value of that, but it absolutely comes at an increased cost. We don't have those numbers because it hasn't been fully engineered and those costs haven't been derived. But it's absolutely a major commitment of this project. Turning to transportation, and again, I think traffic is issue number 1 with folks in the community. Our off-site improvement costs here for this project, so that's our TIA improvements and our frontage improvements, are about $6.3 million. The next line I just want to highlight to show that that's truly the off-sites, those on-site roads, all those new streets we're building, those are $8.4 million. So again, those are 2 different buckets. All of those off-site improvements, $6.3 million. And then we have over 14 miles of sidewalk, side path, greenway developed with this project. It's a totally unwalkable area, and we'll hear that from members of the community. We're finally introducing walkability to an unwalkable area. Utility costs, again, we're extending utilities to an area to provide future connections and the opportunity for future connections in the area, with sewer costs estimated at $5.2 million, the water extension costs at $1 million. So we think when you look at this project, it sets an extremely high bar for future development in all of the areas of concern for the members of the community. We have a slide on a development agreement. I understand it's a separate public hearing, and there's really not too much to cover with it anyway, because all it's doing is ensuring that we deliver that public park. In return, we're asking for a utility allocation during the build out of the project so that we know as we're making these public improvements that our project can also be completed. So with that, we have talked enough. We're happy to answer any questions that you may have, but we respectfully request that at the end of tonight, you vote to approve this project.
All right, thank you. Anything from the board?
I've got one quick question for the traffic engineer, and you don't have to have this immediately, but your PM peak LOS on 264 and Roseville Road, I'd like to know what that is now and what it would be at build-out. And if it takes a minute, that's okay. I'll just give you the heads
Yeah.
up. Yeah.
I'll look that up and
Thank
be right
you.
back up.
So at Rollsville Road.
Roseville Road on the highway.
In the highway.
Right, LOS now and LOS at full build-out. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Feel free to go on if that takes a second.
Do you have any questions, other questions from the board?
I want to hold mine until we've heard from everybody else.
Okay. Okay.
I will have some, but
Let's just wait.
hear everybody first.
Okay.
All right. So 64 Business, Wendell Boulevard, and Roseville Road. So under current existing conditions, it's a level service D, 37 seconds in the AM peak hour, and a level service C, 34 seconds in the PM peak hour. Under build conditions with our improvement, with all of the our traffic volumes in there. It's level service D, 37 seconds in the AM peak hour. And then in the PM peak hour, it's level service E, 71 seconds. And so backing up actually, because I give you the difference of existing to build. In the middle there, no build. In the AM peak hour, it's C, 34 seconds. And then the PM peak hour, it's level service D, 53 seconds. Yes, sir.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, well, y'all will have a chance after a little while. Let's move on to our citizen comments if no one else has a question. Just a quick reminder, this is not a back and forth between the citizens and town staff or the board. This is your opportunity just to make some comments about the project, whether you're in favor or in opposition of it. You have 5 minutes to speak. When you come up, give me your name and address. And we're going to come up one at a time, watch the lights. When the light turns red, your time's up, and I'm going to enforce that pretty heavily. Okay, so who's first?
Madam Mayor, I do have a quick question of clarification. On the stormwater presentation, was that given at any point during any of the neighborhood meetings?
Yeah, that was given as well as the traffic presentation, subject to the changes we've made recently at the third meeting. So when we presented at the second one, we kind of really appreciated, it was the first in-person meeting we had, that we needed to provide better information. So we brought that to the third meeting and had a PowerPoint and gave the full scope.
Okay. Yes, sir. Your name and address, please.
Hey, how y'all doing tonight? My name's Jason Ryder, and I got something can I hand to
You
her?
can give it to the clerk
All
to
right.
distribute to the board.
My name is Jason Ryder. I live at 2409 Davistown Road. Been there my whole life. I know change is coming, but I would like to see it done the right way. Obviously, I'm gonna try to be real quick so I can just get a couple short points across. The information I give out is North Carolina general statutes. First of all, this whole area does not meet a valid petition because the majority of it is not within the 3 miles of the corporate limit. This is stuff readily accessible. It also says you cannot add from the satellite limits. So from what I see, only 2 of the properties actually are within the 3 miles. And that's what our lawmakers that we put in office years ago, I guess, kept it from y'all just being able to go everywhere. The other part is, we don't have a vote on who is up here voting for how our life is gonna look. So I'll be quick with what the other here. Right around that area, I'm probably about I'm a mile down Davistown Road from the where everything's going on, but I've done an average of 11 houses they go from $1.6 million to $381,000, which most of them's in the $750,000 to $800,000 ranges. Those properties are touching this, or they can see them. I would hate to know that all this was going on, and I had just planned to live my life there. 0.64 miles on towards Marks Creek Road. It's 120 homes that's been there for 20 years probably, 1 to 2 acres, those lots. I mean, those average $550,000 houses. If you go another half a mile up the road off Watkins Road, they're developing, I think it's 89 acres, 1 to 2 acre lots. This is through the county. And those sites are from the 900,000s. So we're really talking about a big difference in quality and what we would all like to see, I think. Notes on what I just wrote down, so this will probably be all over the place, is from what I was hearing is y'all's words was partially consistent with Wendell's blueprint to 2030. That's y'all's. So it's not even 100% what y'all had in mind. I come down to Wendell every day, take my kids to Wendell Elementary. We come down and play sports. So y'all are talking about, if I'm not mistaken, adding 3 traffic lights for me to come to Wendell. I mean, it makes me and anybody coming my way, I'm sure, not want to come to Wendell. Looks like that 10-acre park, looks like maybe half of it's gonna be on top of the gas pipeline, which nobody's mentioned. Also, they made a big deal about the 128 acres of open space, but I wonder how much of that actually could be buildable. And there's a sign, I don't know if it's right here or somewhere else. And it used to fit perfectly, Wendell, small town, big charm. That's why I'm sure all y'all moved here. But y'all, if this goes through, it's really getting out into the country. And we live out there because that's how we like to see it. But back to the main point I come here with is the 3 miles. That law was put in for a reason to keep this from happening, because we have no say. It's up to y'all, you know, so I just come here to say,
Okay, thank you. Your time's up.
Time up, okay.
Yes.
If anyone votes for it, I feel like they're breaking the law. Thank you for your
All
time.
right, next, who's next?
Madam Mayor, just a point. Since this isn't a back and forth and where there isn't a conversation in hearing this, if the attorney, if there's a legal claim made that we could get clarity on at the end, that would be helpful in this process,
Making some notes.
just when we get to the end.
Thank you to everyone, to folks who presented tonight. My name is Josh Herring. I live at 236 Gale Ridge Lane in the Candlewick neighborhood. My wife and I purchased our home here in Wendell in 2017. We did that as a pair of married teachers who were making married teachers' salaries. And at the time, Wendell was a place that we could afford to buy a starter home. We're still here in part because we love where we live. We've made several improvements to our home. But we also can't afford to buy elsewhere based on the rising cost of housing in Wake County. So I say all that to say that I stand just to say I oppose this development, in part because I live in that low diversity 1 category, if I understand the lingo correctly. This would put a major neighborhood in the field right behind my house. I rather like the field behind my house. I like the fact that I drive past tobacco planted there and different crops throughout the year. I think that adds quite a bit to my quality of life. I have 3 other reasons why I think this is actually not a great idea. The first is what has been predicted people would talk about is the traffic. Rollsville Road is already not great. I bought my wife a refurbished bicycle when we moved in, thinking that she would want to ride her bike because she grew up riding a bike. Rollsville Road is terrible for riding a bicycle down. It's dangerous, you can't do it. Now, just imagine for a moment how much construction is going to be happening on Rollsville Road if all the improvements that these developers have described is going in. That is at least 2, 3, 4 years of shutting down major portions of Rollsville Road and reducing to 1 lane while Wake Tech is now operating, while the innovation corridor is getting up to speed, and major construction vehicles are trying to get through. I'm not a fan. I've already mentioned the second reason I had. I really like that field. I think that field should stay there, and I really don't want to see a ton of people right behind my house. But my third and final reason is really that when we moved here, part of the thing that was very attractive about our house, in a neighborhood that was built in the late 1970s, they're not phenomenal homes. I don't believe the value that Zillow tells me my house now has, because I can't imagine who would pay $300,000 to live in a house built in the 1970s, but that's what Zillow says. But I'm sitting on half an acre of land. It means I can actually get out and stretch. Based on the designs portrayed for us today, this is just going to put people on incredibly tight spaces. That does not fit the kind of town that I really want to live in. If I wanted to live there and had a lot of money, I could go to Wake Forest. 10 years ago, Wake Forest had room. Today, Wake Forest is incredibly crowded. 10 years ago, you could drive through Wake Forest and you could get from Rogers Road into downtown in less than 10 minutes. Today, that's a 25-minute drive if traffic is bad. I would hate for that to happen here. Now, as the presentation already mentioned, this is the latest in a string of developmental projects. There's a lot happening in Wendell right now. I would propose that we actually don't need to add 930 new housing units and the traffic in the midst of developing all of this, the innovation corridor. One of the things my wife and I both love about living here is that we can kind of live in the country. We're not really country folk, but we can kind of live in the country, but we're also 20 minutes from everywhere else. If this goes through, we will not be 20 minutes from everywhere else anymore. It will take me maybe 15 minutes just to get down to 64 from my house, which is less than 2 miles from 64. That would be a significant change for me. It would be enough to make me actually start thinking about what would it take to sell my house and move to a place that actually fits the quality of life that I'm looking for. We love Wendell. We're happy to be here. But if this goes through, it really won't be a place that is actually nearly as hospitable to 2 young teachers who are trying to get a first home on 2 teachers' salaries. The houses that this development is having are not going to be affordable for 2 teachers on a teacher's salary. These are not going to help solve an affordable housing crisis. So with that, I'll yield with my remaining 30 seconds and say I don't think this is a great idea for the town of Wendell.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. Paul Bear, 5005 Watkins Road. Small town, big charm. Where? Driving in tonight from Roseville Road, where's the charm? They came out with a lot of numbers. The one number they don't put up there is profit. They tell us how much they're doing for Wendell, how much they're spending. They're giving you a park. Then the taxpayers have to maintain it. Let the HOA maintain it and let the residents use it. You are looking at rezoning farming land. Where do you expect to get your food in the future with all this development going through? We're going to get some imports from China and pay another 50%? We're getting them from Canada, Mexico? It's like, look beyond your nose to see the future. Pave over all the farmland, how do you expect to eat? They talk about traffic. Nobody's mentioned increased traffic means a couple of things. Increased pollution and increased crime. You can look at the crime statistics. Amazingly enough, traffic goes up 3% a year. The state crime statistics and the area show an increase in crime of 3% per year. Wow. They didn't have that on a slide. You have to do your homework. Stop rezoning. If you're going to rezone, make neighborhoods. You must be really impressed with Southern California, because Wendell Falls, from the air, looks like Southern California. Smile there, you know that. I see it. That's exactly what it looks like. I just flew in over Dallas. Same thing. If that's what you're trying to do and make this area look like Southern California, I've lived there and worked there. I've lived in Hillsboro, Oregon, where they went crazy with their developments because of the tech industries. And now you have the tech, as soon as the dollars dry up and they find another place to move, they leave. You have an innovation district. Companies come in, corporate come in. The one thing they care about is not the locals. They care about profit, period. That's all they're in it for. It's not, they give you 5 pounds of cheese, but it costs you $10 to go get it. That's not a bargain. You have them causing the taxpayers and ratepayers with infrastructure like electricity. Duke wants a huge increase to say that we need to improve our systems, to expand. What do? They put it on the ratepayers. They don't put surcharges on the developers. If they want to bring this development in and you want to approve it, I've got money on that you're going to approve it because you hold all these meetings. I come from New England, where towns have a planning and zoning board, and they make the decision. You have a system here where it's attrition. You hold meeting after meeting after meeting, and people get tired of it, so they don't show up. I see it. You have self-interest within Wendell in staffing. As you increase the size of the town planner's going to say, another town pays their planner X amount of dollars, I should get a raise. That's old school. That happens all the time, all over the place. Stop rezoning farmland. It's where you get your food, in case you didn't notice. The way the country's going, we're going to be in a tough situation. Again, traffic, pollution, crime. It's not bringing something to Wendell. If you want to maintain the character of this community, think about it. Look ahead. Don't just look, gee, they put on a good show. That's because there's a lot of money sitting here. I think it's been a waste of their money to be at all these meetings. They should come to one meeting or meet with staff, do a proposal, and move on, not spend thousands of dollars an hour in multiple meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Madam Mayor, point of order. It might be helpful to maintain civil discourse that you remind the individuals that do not address staff or individuals in their individual capacity.
Yeah, I thought about that, but. Good evening. Give me your name and address, please.
I am Krishna Brown at 4508 Roseville Road, also known as Chrissy. I grew up in Wake County and spent most of my adult life in high-density areas. Actually lived in New York before moving back home and purchasing the Weathers' original home at 4508 Roseville Road. It is my first home, God willing, my forever home. And I purposely moved to this low-density area, small-town agricultural area, again, on purpose, moving from a place that is really, really dense, like New York, like Austin, like California. So I do want to say I support plans that allow people like me who want a home in a low-density area, who want space, who want to support farmers, who want to farm themselves. I have a little flower farm in the back I'm trying to build up. And I support development that builds upon the agricultural identity and characteristics of Wendell. In the plans that were shared today, in the ideas of where we're going to have stop signs and we're going to have stoplights and widening the roads, I didn't see how that's going to impact the horseshoe driveway that I have, like re-widening that now. My house is basically on the road. I didn't see how that's gonna affect my neighbor, Chris and Michelle, and their beautiful pecan trees in the front. Are those gonna get demolished now? Chad in the back with all his beautiful horses, he's now gonna have people living like right on top of him now and on top of the horses. What does that look like? Or Ephraim, who's right there on the side, how does this impact him? Like, how does this all impact all of us? And again, maybe it's okay for us to sacrifice for developing this area if this idea represented the houses around that exist currently. So again, I support the development that builds upon Wendell. The Weathers Landing development, however, does not do this. The plan would have a negative impact on the culture, the identity, and economy of the greater Wendell area. The development claims to have a housing density of about 3 units per acre. This doesn't sound bad until you consider that Cary's housing density is less than half that number. Apex and Holly Springs have housing densities even smaller than Cary. Considering how busy and difficult it is to drive in those areas, it is doubtful that anyone thinks this is something to copy. I can't tell you like how hard it is to get into my driveway when I'm going north and just trying to make a turn. The traffic is incredible already. Study after study has shown that people living in rural areas are happier, I can attest to this, and more content than those who live in crowded suburban areas. This phenomenon even has a name, the urban-rural happiness gradient. I think I represent that gradient a bit. Why would we as a community want to trade a happier way of life for one proven to be less enjoyable and satisfying? Hedge funds are currently purchasing massive amounts of housing in order to drive up prices and earn profits from rental fees. As of March 2024, 27% of all single-family home purchases were by hedge funds, who then rent them out. And rental properties drive up housing costs due to artificially restricted demand, making home ownership less affordable. Lennar cannot and will not guarantee that this will not happen. Without neighborhood covenants backed by the force of local statutes, Wendell could easily see over a quarter of the Weathers Landing housing units become rental properties. Economic growth this development may cause will come at the cost of locally owned businesses. Locally owned businesses operate with very slim profit margins, making it harder to remain open than national chains with larger money reserves and lower operating costs. In short, as property values and leases rise, locally owned businesses will be less able to handle those costs and will find themselves replaced by national chains. Instead of 41 North, expect to see a Starbucks. Instead of Bravos, a Marcos. Instead of Petey's and Aubrey's, a Highway 55. Wendell would find itself with the same options as every other Wake County city. What makes Wendell unique will be lost as further development will make us no different than every other high-density, semi-urban area in the county. We would become just another Cary, another Apex, another Holly Springs.
Okay, ma'am, your time's up.
Oh,
Your time's
man.
expired.
Thank you so
I
much.
know. Regarding that other comment, it was my judgment that that person just used planner as a generic term and wasn't speaking specifically to one of our employees, but please refrain from that. Okay, next.
Good evening. My name is Travis Battle, 4500 Roseville Road. I will be impacted directly. This park will be directly across the street from my home. I'm from Raleigh, North Carolina, born and raised there, and I would love to take you on a windshield tour to the Lanier home community in Wake County, in Raleigh, okay? What they built and grew in Raleigh looked great. Look at it 10 years later, it's not the same. That's not what I want across the street from my home. I moved from Raleigh to Wendell for everything I've experienced the past 4 years. I love the community, I love the people, I love the country living. Didn't think I would at first coming from Raleigh, but I really embraced it and love it. I would love to keep it like that. A family of 5, my youngest son has special needs. We have a little less than 2 acres that we live on, And like other people were saying, my neighbor and other people as well, Roseville Road traffic is crazy, okay? In the past 4 years, I had at least 5 cars drive through my yard, okay? One of them almost hit my neighbor's house. I had to run over to make sure she was okay, okay? In the past 4 years, continuous gunshots have been here on Roseville Road. With another 930 homes across the street, I can only imagine what it'll be like. And with that, a park, the park, that is not a selling point. We have a beautiful park right across the street, as well as a community center that we love to frequent, okay? That park will be on the gas line, and the Lanier communities that I know of coming from Raleigh, those parks have become places where you hang out, drinking and drugging. I don't want that across the street from my home, okay? It has to be a better way. I just wanted to be heard and let you guys know that I am not for this. This is something that I don't condone, and I humbly pray that you all just take a moment and think about this. Take 2 if you need to, but please just end this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. My name's Christine Kleinert. I live at 3728 Carriage Manor Court. We moved here about 4 years ago from the concrete jungle of Chicago. And I promise you, this is how it starts, by adding a dozen subdivisions and a commerce center and all that. Our backyard is at Marks Creek and Roseville Road. And I can tell you, it is a cluster of a situation. We've been fighting with Ashley from the DOT for over a year to get a flashing stop sign with a solar. We even offered to pay for that, and we were flat out told no. And now all of a sudden, here we are. I have the emails to prove we've been fighting, because cars have ended up in our backyards, almost in our neighbor's bedroom. Our neighbor is terrified to go out in her backyard, where they have a beautiful backyard, because it's probably 10 feet from Roseville Road. We have seen, since we've lived here, repeated accidents. And one time, it took 45 minutes for the police to come to this accident where there were injuries. So I, being a nurse, had to provide first aid and medical care until somebody could arrive. What's going to happen when this comes in? Are we going to get more police, more fire, more ambulance? And let me tell you, any one of you can come to my home any evening, and I promise you, you're going to hear a fire truck, a police, nonstop. I hear it all night, every night. I'm fairly used to it. If this goes in with the more communities and more homes, it's going to be a never-ending situation of people needing help, medical care, crime, whatever the deal. I truly oppose this. I promise you this is how it starts to be a subdivision like Chicago is. It starts with these communities and parks, and your presentation is lovely. It really is. I would probably want to live there, but no, I wouldn't want a third of an acre. I like where we live. But this is too much. Within a half mile of our home, there's at least 8 subdivisions going up, and it's got to stop. Please do not approve this. I promise you no good will come from this, other than maybe some money for you guys. This is just going to be a detrimental situation for everybody, for the entire town. And we moved here, thanks to our son, because we wanted to do the country living. And we loved Wendell when we visited here years ago, which is why we moved here. And I just think, like I said, long-term, looking at the general scope of this, we're going to see never-ending emergency vehicles. And, I mean, like I said, it took 45 minutes to get a police to an accident. That should never happen. And with more people, you're going to need more staff, more emergency personnel, then raise our taxes, and it's just going to be it's just going to be a hot mess. Please do not approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Gilbert Bernier, 3937 Rollsville Road. I don't have a lot prepared, so I'm just going to speak from my heart. This is a good place to live. I think everyone can agree with that. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. I also understand it's a tough act trying to balance the needs of a community. When you think about things like how many people want to move here because it's a good place. And also balance that against the needs of the people who are already here. I do not envy your jobs. This is rough. I thank you for the opportunity to be heard, and I pray that you would hear us. It seems pretty consistent with the people coming up to the microphone that, well, the consensus doesn't look too good for the project, but as a resident on Rollsville Road in the affected area, I've got to say, a lot of the things that have come up from other people's comments, I can echo. It takes several minutes for me just to get out of my driveway because a lot of people are slowing down to turn onto Todd Road. Other things that affect me personally, every time I go out to mow my lawn, I have to stop and pick up more than a small amount of litter. It seems when people slow down there, it's a good dumping spot in my yard. I don't think that's going to get any less with more people coming in. And I also thought, hearing these folks, wow, we're not the only ones who have had people end up on their lawn in the middle of the night. It happens to us on an average of about once a year, including one time on an Easter Sunday morning, the 3-car accident right in front of our house. I personally have been grazed or clipped by cars going by on our road while mowing my grass. I don't want more people. I understand the need, but if I have to consider things, I will consider things like the needs of my family first, and whether it's safe for my grandson to be able to play out in the yard. I also have a concern about the school. I don't think that's been mentioned yet, but the high school down the street from us is pretty much at capacity now. Okay? How is that influx of hundreds of more people coming in going to affect the school system? How is that going to affect the amenities that we all come to depend on? The police, fire, emergency services. I also have a question about eminent domain. When we say we're going to widen the roads as needed, how far does that go? Is it just right nearby? Or does that have to expand a lot more because there's going to be a lot more traffic? Am I going to lose part of my front yard? Is that going to happen to my neighbors? I don't know. I know I'm not crazy about the idea. Please hear us. That's all I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Strong. I live at 122 Damascus Drive, and that is right up on Ridge Haven, which is near Marks Creek and on Roseville Road. I'd like to appeal the fact that many neighbors have been invited because this is the first time that we had received in our neighborhood a flyer to even attend one of these meetings. And we are greatly affected because of being off of Roseville and Todd. I have a child also, and I would like to state that I work in a construction field from footing to end and special cleaning as well. So I see what goes on in many subdivisions in Wake County, Orange, many Johnston, and I see it from start to finish. And I can tell you, and I do continuous cleaning as well to see the people to whom purchase these homes. And I'd like to add on to invite the proper type of quantity, because my question to you, while not being expected to be answered, is just to open your mind, is can Wendell handle the quantity of every home, each home, how many people will be residing in the home. That many toilet flushes, that many showers. Where are they getting their water? Where is the water being deposited? Is it off a septic or is it off a city? Do we have the infrastructure to go out to that development? That is a big deal. Our water is maintenance by Aqua. I work with Aqua. I had been poisoned by my own water. So, well, I am asking for everybody, not just our board, but our community to listen that Lennar, I have no beef with you. I think you can help beautify Wendell. I think doing it at the right quality, the right kind, the right spacing, the right invitation. Because when you look at homes inside the Beltline that are being demoed and rebuilt, and we have a lot of homes in Wendell that surely people need to move on to the next path of life. That can happen. But when you're looking at 5,000 plus homes having 2 to 3 people in it, compared to under 4,000 square foot having at least 4 people in it as a regular purchaser, you have to think about that. Those people, those being young people that go into our schools, those people that'll go into that walk of life where they're curious and cause crime, gunshots. But Lennar is gonna bring something helpful. We were petitioning for the flashing light. I'm sure nobody better than a big builder that is gonna help us get that. Nobody but a big builder is gonna help us get that walkway. So now we do have a walkable. My brother-in-law moved in with us. He can't get down to the sheets because it's unsafe. I live on the back end where we're not even being addressed in the map other than the flashing lights. But the sidewalk will make it safe for us to be able to get to the area. The carpool lane being addressed. Again, those are the good things that Lennar brings. If you want help with redeveloping your plan, I'd love it. Your plan on here was beautiful. The spacing, atrocious. It needs to be, same size home, bigger lot sizes, keep the townhouses. The quantity of the townhouses aren't bad. But how it affects people's personal life needs to be heard and addressed. That's you guys doing a good job, so thank you. But I was never invited. I have, they were saying, 8 developments going on? I'm being sandwiched. I have Rollsville beyond Mitchell Mill that's being developed. Marks Creeks is being developed. No idea why they dropped all the trees in front of them. Now you gotta think about the animal protection. Our yard has deer. We have 5 deer running on Damascus. Damascus Road, you got 5 deer. There's no more home from them because of what they already developed off of, I forgot the road. Going towards Nightdale High School from my home, if everybody knows that route. So there's no home from these wildlife. My neighbor tried to have chickens, can't have chickens because now we have all the possums eating the chickens. We've got varmint, we've got people. We live in a road where we have every trade. If you need something done in your house, come down Damascus. You got every trade down the road. On Sunday, sometimes people are having volleyball parties down there. It's a great place to live in Wendell. And we need growth. Beautification helps, and it helps the water quality. Speaking of the stormwater, I've even cleaned up the stormwater. Once a year is not enough. From construction to end, I've cleaned up those on a weekly basis, and then I've been in the neighborhoods, and yes, in the lower income, a lot attracted because a new couple will buy those homes, and they will move on. And yes, I do know a lot of developers that buy their own properties and rent them out, and then you do get a lot of trash. The pollution's gonna increase, and those waterways, once a year being checked, is not enough, because I've had to go in on HOA terms and clean it up my own personal self. I hope I did enough, and I'm nervous and shaking. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, Lead Officer 6613 Reese Lane. My questions to you guys are, number one, all this will be on my side of 64. Now, when I have gone to the police department before, I was told everything on that side of 64 has nothing to do with the Wendell Police. So that means this is all going to be sheriff territory, which they do not have enough people. Okay, first address. Second, we have the industrial park going in. We have many labor facilities. I do work at Siemens, so I even work in Wendell. They are increasing. They're increasing bodies. They're increasing staff. That means more traffic right in this area. Have you guys taken that into consideration? I do not know. You talk about 6% to 31. My rough math, and I'm no mathematician, is roughly 3,000. Your development is going to bring in 1,800 cars. That's just about half of that. Have you taken that into consideration? I'm not opposed to us growing, but from the time I got here, which is not very long, till now, there are more houses within stone's throw of me than there ever was. I'm far enough out, I think I don't have as much skin in the game as a lot of people here that do not think this is a good idea. Why don't we wait and see that some of these developments that are going up, why don't we let them finish first? See what it does to us. Will it kill us to wait 5 years to start this? Just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a request for a 10-minute recess, so we're going to start back at 9:20 on the dot. Okay? I know. I'd have been here sooner, I had to wait in line. All right, who's next? Let's pick right up where we left off.
I'll speak.
Okay.
My name is Carl Parker, and I live on 6333 Weathers Road, the dirt road at the northeast corner of this project. And the farm they keep referring to with the water runoff treatment, that's our farm, and I irrigate out of three ponds that are affected by this project, the runoff. And they are presenting this runoff issue to you like they've got it under control and that it's going to be the greatest thing ever. They've spent all this money on it. Well, that's not the case because they hadn't looked at the 50-year and 100-year weather events, which we get. And also, they will present it to you. All these wetlands, these artificial wetlands, are going to filter out the pollutants in the runoff water. That's also not the case. It may filter out some herbicides or fertilizers, but plants can't uptake pollutants like oil and garbage that will run right out to overflow. And it'll run into my irrigation ponds where we irrigate hundreds of acres of produce. And this isn't produce that gets put in a can. This is produce that goes on supermarket shelves from North Carolina all the way to Canada. And when you can't, we have to test our water that we irrigate with, and it's very, very tight restrictions on all our food safety. So we have to make sure our water is to the highest standard, that because if you irrigate some pollutants onto your crops and send it to a supermarket and somebody eats it and gets sick, they can track that food, that box, to the field, to the zone of irrigation where it came from. So they knew exactly who did it, and if that comes back on me, that's a major issue. Also, as the construction is going on, which I imagine will take a number of years, you've got pollutants in the water like silt and dirt from all this construction, which clogs up irrigation, which would render that land that we would have to put it out of production, essentially, which is, that's a big deal for us. We're a pretty good sized farm, and that's how we make our money, you know. And this is my life, and I've been here 21 years in July. I was born in Raleigh in a hospital, and they shipped me straight to that farm. And ever since, I'm serious. Ever since I could see my hands in front of my face, they've been in that dirt, playing, to working, to just, I love it, and it's my life, and this is a big deal. All these construction projects around here are because we've lost the projects they were talking about, those 6 they had listed on there. I dropped a plow in 5 of those fields, and now they're gone. And if we keep taking away the farms that we tend, I'm gonna have to move. I can't keep living here like this with all these projects. But that water runoff is a big deal. Also, pesticides, chemicals that we put out. I'm licensed. I have to go to classes. I'm experienced, and that's farming. You have to be extremely experienced with these chemicals to put it out on food that people consume. Well, homeowners don't. They can go to Bridgers and pick up a 2.5 gallon jug of Roundup and dump it straight into backpack sprayer and not even put no water in it, just spray it out, and you got all that runoff. So essentially what I'm saying is this developer's having to pay all these people to pitch this project at y'all, and you've got Wendell citizens here for free, telling you it's a bad idea. So I would just like y'all to consider that and just listen to us, because we care about our community and Lennar does not, you know?
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Next person.
My name is Jim Moran. I live at 139 Gale Ridge Lane, Wendell. I just want to say from the beginning, I do not like this at all. Not one bit. I know what y'all up against, but please try to understand what the members here, people that live here, are up against. If you work in Raleigh or Wake County or anywhere in Wendell, the road traffic is going to be terrible for this location. I live in Candlewick, as I say. I can barely get out on Main, on Roseville Road now. I had to choose my times. And luckily, I'm at the point in my life that I can choose my times a little bit. But you put 1,800 new cars there daily, twice. It's going to be unmovable. Absolutely unmovable. And all I can add to that is I'm getting older than I was. When I was younger, I might have been able to stand it, but not now. Not now. And there's many people in my neighborhood that are like that too. Let them move someplace else. I don't care. Just keep them off our roads. And that's exactly what the approach is. They're going to put them on the roads. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hey, Nathaniel Daming, 301 Rose Place. Thank you for your time, Mayor and Board. Some of the things I'm going to say have already been said, but I'm just going to read my statement. Lennar has done the traffic study and talked to the NCDOT, but those are just the required check boxes. They don't live with the consequences of delays in construction. And to be honest, even if they put the required traffic signals and flashing stop signs in, I still don't want to have to wait through 5 traffic signals in the 2-mile stretch from my house to 64. I don't see the logic in, because development is happening to the south of Wendell Boulevard, it should also happen to the north of it. Wendell deserves thoughtful growth, not reckless building from a company like Lennar. I urge you to take a look at the overwhelming amount of reviews on the multiple sites regarding the poor quality of their work, their inability to meet deadlines by large margins, and the deception they use in order to squeeze as many homes into an acre as possible. As they just mentioned, not only will they not rush through this project, they will prolong it by months and months, which ultimately affects all of us off of Roseville Road in the short and long term. I'd much rather sit behind a tractor for a couple minutes from time to time than spend the rest of my life in traffic on Roseville Road. They also keep pounding into our heads that it's 3 units per acre, and it's possible I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's an average of the entire 300-plus acres, not an actual view of how many units you'll see per square acre, which, if I'm correct, means we'll have another cookie-cutter neighborhood closer to actually 7 units per acre, where people can reach out of their windows and touch their neighbor's house. But you're not going to find a developer that will admit to building a cookie-cutter home neighborhood. We don't want their park. We don't need their greenway. We're not only concerned about the construction traffic this will inevitably bring, we know that this will affect us for the rest of our lives in Wendell. We ask that you please say no to this development. We don't want thousands of strangers in our backyard. Thank you, Board.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening, folks. My name is Charles Clement, and I reside at 305 Rose Place in Wendell. And I am proud to say that I have been living there for 46 years, and I'm neighbors with a lot of people in this room today. I cannot add much to what has already been said. Lanier has come in and painted a wonderful picture, and I appreciate that. And I hope nobody's offended, but you can put lipstick on a pig, but it's still a pig, folks. We need to know that. We sit in this room tonight, we've heard the pros and cons. I can't add much to that, but I'll ask you this. The people in this room tonight, is anybody clamoring to add more houses and more development in this area? Has anybody in here asked for that other than the builder? No, I believe the majority of the people in this room are passionate about, they like the things the way they are. We know we have to have progress, but it needs to be managed slightly different than we're proposing tonight. So I would simply ask you to think about that. Do you live on Roseville Road? Is this impacting you? Do you live in the city of Wendell, so this is not a big deal? This impacts a lot of people in a lot of different ways. I believe there is a need in the community, but I believe we need to handle it differently. And I would ask you at this time to not approve the annexation, not to approve this building project for the Lanier. I believe passionately that we can work through this in a timely way, but we do not need to rush into something. Folks here tonight are asking you. Nobody's beating your door down to say, please let us build it. Please, let's start tomorrow. I've not heard that. What I'm hearing is, no, now is not the right time. I would ask respectfully to deny these two annexations and also the project itself. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Right, next.
Good evening. My name is Devin Broughton, and I live at 2028 Davistown Road. Tonight, I urge you not to approve the proposed development because there is another side and another story. I live on the same road this development is proposed, separated by one landowner and downhill from both. Myself, as most others here, are gravely concerned not only over the proposed development's lack of conformity to immediate surrounding areas where no other homes are on such small parcels stacked beside each other, but also a bigger, even more important picture. The excessive number of homes being proposed, which are guaranteed to create major flood risks and substantially more water runoff to surrounding landowners and residences. Undoubtedly, it will lead to hydrologic trespass. The proposed development is located within the Robertson Pond watershed, is in close proximity to Buffalo Creek, and abuts a well-known produce farm. Developing is happening at a faster pace than we've ever seen in our lifetime. I have personally been a victim when my house in Cary flooded due to overdevelopment upstream. Myself and my family had to move out. We became sick. We had to get rid of all of our belongings. We had to remediate the entire property and sell the house. Did the town of Cary help? No. Was there flood insurance? No. Because I wasn't in a flood zone just like most homeowners around this land. Cary turned its back on me after living there for 14 years, so I left. During the $60,000 restoration process, the North Carolina Ag Extension informed me that in a large rainstorm, 1,000 square foot of roof dumps 600 gallons of water per minute, which does not account for all other impervious surfaces added to that equation. Some subdivisions right now in Greenville, North Carolina, were recently reclassified into flood zones while homes are flooding due to adjacent road expansions. In Chapel Hill, a fellow farm owner has pasture now too wet for her livestock, forcing them onto a smaller section of the farm, all because of builders putting up more rooftops next door. Here in Wendell, a homeowner on Taylor Road deals with flooding onto his lot from the new homes right next door in Wendell Falls. Don't be like Cary, Granville, or Chapel Hill. Be different. The current proposed site plan was recently evaluated by an environmental consultant and riparian buffer project coordinator at the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality. Her evaluation raises serious concern regarding excessive water runoff leading to flooding and hydrologic trespass, riparian buffer setbacks, and all impacts to local natural resources. Have you seen the wetland, stream, and buffer impacts? Has an environmental study been thoroughly evaluated and seen by everyone? What do these impacts look like? In her opinion, this higher density development does not conform to the surrounding rural area. Further, it's not doing a good job of protecting the area's natural resources. The water retention measures on the site plan are not enough to handle its size and density. Additionally, the recent removal of all the trees next to Rollsville Road, where 2 water retention ponds will go, was a huge mistake. Rather than using stormwater ponds in the present plan, the developer should utilize stormwater wetlands, which are far better, being cleaner and more efficient. Continuing on, she notes the riparian buffer protections do not meet the required setbacks and look to be less than 50 feet. A lot of lots are within 100 feet of ponds. Compared to present aerial views, every bit of trees are being removed, which would otherwise mitigate more water runoff. The primary function of these natural resources is to filter contaminants and slow the velocity of water during storms. Greenways, open spaces, curb and gutter, asphalt, concrete, rooftops, decks, and patios all attribute to more contaminants with a guaranteed higher volume of water and higher flow of velocity. By squeezing in over 930 homes in this area, she strongly predicts flooding not only for surrounding neighbors, but within the new homes. The greenway trails, removing trees in the mandatory riparian buffers and adding walkway for greenway trails actually creates substantially more runoff. And I'll note, mulch and straw greenways are still impervious surface. In her words, this is not a good job in protecting the natural resources, and asks, why are there not more setbacks for the stormwater? Knowing you're in an area that creates runoff to Buffalo Creek, located in a watershed, why aren't stronger measures considered?
Ma'am, your time has expired.
Thank you.
All right, next.
There was a reference to a report and a person. Can you give me either the name of the report or the name of the person?
She requested to remain anonymous, but she's been working with the Department of Environmental and Natural Resources.
It's not helpful if it's not public. I was just trying to, that's helpful, thank you.
Sure.
I had a similar question, and real quick, if I could, Madam Mayor.
This isn't supposed to be a back and forth now. I've already laid that law down, so we
I
don't
get
need
it.
to break the rule.
One thing, and I'll let it go. I appreciate that the developer can't answer, I don't like this. But if there is a reference to some NC environmental representative, then it'd be nice, it'd be helpful to know who that was or what it says. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, next.
How y'all doing? My name is Bradley Barham. I'm at 125 Wendell Falls Parkway. Me and my wife moved here 11 years ago. Bought a house built in 1938. Decided to put our roots here. I am a traveling musician, and I'm lucky that I have the means to live anywhere in this state I want to live. And I chose Wendell. Put a lot of money in our house. We renovated our house. I had no idea who any of you were in December of 2024. I'd seen Facebook posts in the group, and I'd heard people talking about these meetings. I'd never been to a meeting before. I didn't think I needed to. I thought that our elected officials, this is a great town. I love this town. I tell people about this town. They're doing it right. I don't need to go to a meeting. Who do I need to be? And then I look around here and I see a lot of people here. I've talked to a lot of these folks tonight. This is their first meeting. You know why? It's on their front door right now. And I know that because when I came to you guys in January, I was told, the only reason you're here, sir, is because it's on your front door. I got the letter that some of you guys got that let you know they're getting ready to do the building. I got that letter. So you look it up on the internet. What do? You got to go to the planning meeting. So I got all of my neighbors together. We went to the planning meeting, full room like this. Planning board voted unanimously to vote down this build. And this building I'm talking about is across the street from my house. 1/3 of an acre. They're putting up 8 townhomes on 1/3 of an acre. Planning board obviously voted it down. So what's the next step? You come to one of these. They have to vote on it again. We brought every one of our neighbors with the planning board. And when everybody stood, not one person stood up and said, we want this. And all of us are sitting there kind of like y'all are, excited. Nobody wants this. Nobody wants it. And we watched as they went and took a vote, and they voted it right through. Didn't listen to a single person that lives in this town. Didn't listen to a single person that lives across the street from the people that are directly affected by this stuff. I wasn't supposed to be in town today. I was in Nashville, Tennessee last night, and I saw that this was happening tonight. So I got on a plane this morning to fly back. Listen to the people that live in this town, please. You're elected officials. I get it. I don't even want to imagine what's on y'all's plate. I've talked to each and every one of you individually since the beginning of the year. Express my concerns. I understand that you guys, none of us understand what you guys have to weigh with. But please, listen to your constituents. For once, because after I was accused of only coming to the meetings because it affected me, I've been at every one of these meetings since January. I haven't missed one. If I was on tour, I'm a touring musician. I fly back in, I come to the meeting on Monday, I fly back out Tuesday morning. And most times when y'all are discussing stuff that doesn't affect the common people, nobody's here. I sit in that back corner and I wave at a few of you. Some of y'all say hey to me. Some of you don't like me because I make a fuss. But I'm here every single time. And it's so good to see people actually here caring. That should make you guys care. I'm asking you, please, vote no to this. Listen to the people. Listen to your neighbors. It's not hard. And if you don't listen, I want to remind everybody, 3 of these seats are up for re-election in November. 3 of them. If you're tired of seeing this happen every single month, new construction every time, there's 3 of these wide open. That's a majority. Mayor Gray cannot vote on it unless it's a tie. We can change this. I'm sick and tired of hearing everybody on the Facebook groups complain about nobody wants to listen to us. It's because we keep putting our faith in people that don't want to listen to us. Please vote no on this. Prove me wrong. Make me look like the crazy person. I will happily be the crazy person if it stops this nonsense from happening.
Thank you. Next. Nope. Next. Y'all know, there's no applause, outbursts of any kind now.
Judy Jones, 6141 Robertson Pond Road. My property joins on the east side of the driveway going into Robertson Pond. I appreciate you calling us out for our comments and our disrespect to your board, but I ask that your board return the favor to the room full of people who are watching your faces. It's very discouraging, very disappointing. I'm asking you to say no to this development. I'm asking you to consider, how long have you been in Wendell? All your life? A couple years? What brought you to Wendell? Why do you live in the home you live in? I'm asking the same thing for these people. To the gentleman, thank you, but we can't vote for these people. That's why we don't, because we can't. You live in town. That's why you're on this board. Don't bring your lifestyle to us. We don't want it. We live where we live for a reason. Our children climb trees. Our children chase butterflies. They catch fireflies at night. We look at the stars because we don't have street lights. that drowned that out. We want that way of life. Would you want Mr. Parker to come to your neighborhood with his tractors? Would you want us to bring our livestock into your Wendell Falls, Pepper Point, downtown neighborhood? No, you don't want that. We don't want 900 homes on the land behind us. Growth is coming. We are not stupid. We know it. The eastern part of the county is the only part of the county that has land, so it's coming our way. Don't sell out to these developers. I'm pointing them out because they're before you tonight. They're not the first. They're not going to be the last. Don't sell us out. We have something to offer. You have 300 acres of land that these landowners can do what they want to. Sell it. That's fine. But just be selective. People will build a house on 1 acre of land, 2 acres, 5 acres. It fits the rural area. Let the county rule and govern what we do in the rural part. They're our governing body, not you. You control what happens in Wendell, but leave us alone. Thank you.
All right, next.
How you folks doing? My name is Anthony Benjamin, 256 Long Deer Drive in Wendell. One thing I will say is growth is good, but one thing we talked about tonight is these beautiful parks. Along with these beautiful parks, you need schools. You guys haven't mentioned any schools that currently Wendell is overcrowded. These schools are overcrowded. We want to bring everyone to the neighborhood, but there hasn't been a school built here since Lake Myra, I believe. Change is good, but in the right way. We have a lot of developments that's going on right now, but we're going to be reactive when the school comes back in session and it's like, well, where do we put all these kids? Now we have to add a school bus to these routes that these people are talking about. So along with those bus routes, school bus routes, comes now you have to stop. That brings more traffic, more time. So we're doing all of this now. Now is not a good time. The answer is not no from the community. Now is not a good time. We have too many things going on in Wendell right now. By 2030, they're projected the population to be about 30,000 in Wendell. That's a lot. I moved here a couple of years ago. I moved for the peace, the quiet, not the hustle and bustle. My kids go to Wendell Elementary. Wendell Elementary, you have a class over here, a class over here, no wall. No wall. So kids here, what's going on over here, what's going on over here, that's not a conducive learning environment. Many kids have different challenges as far as special needs. Sensory, too noisy. So we're creating this growth, but we're not thinking about our children. Our children need a place to go, a place to look at Wendell Middle School. Wendell Middle School is overcrowded. But we're sitting here having these conversations about more development of houses, bringing more people. But now we're going to look to the county and the Board of Education and say, well, where can we build a school at? We start making our problem their problem, and we already know that we're not going to get the help that we need from them. So I'm asking the board to reconsider and know for now, we have a lot going on in Wendell, a lot. But we need more schools for our kids to make sure they have the proper learning environment that they can become productive citizens and not become part of statistics and the crime rate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
My name is Shamra Braswell, and I live at 4116 Rollsville Road, right across from Candlewick subdivision, where this 931 residences are going to go in. I've got several questions concerning the townhomes that are being planned for the area along Rollsville Road. How do 170 townhomes fit into the location where the petitioner plans to build? The newest townhomes and apartments are 6/10 of a mile to the south, bordering Highway 64 and 264. In between the proposed townhomes and the Grove Apartments and townhomes, there are two churches, two very large, the very large high school, East Wake High School, that we know is maxed out, and a subdivision with 14 very nice homes that have families. That's the enclave. Families with children that like to play in the backyards. My question is, why not keep those 170 townhomes, those proposed townhomes, south of the high school where those others are located versus navigating through the high school traffic and the new stoplights that are going to be going up, and the one, we've got two there on the highway on Roseville Road, and then there's Purrier Road and Robinson Pond Road. Isn't being a good neighbor a part of the responsibility of an organization or a group that wants to join our community? In March of 2021, the CEO of Lennar, Rick Berkwick, announced a platform, a partnership called Upward American Venture. The partnership was between Centerbridge Partners Alliance Real Estate and guess who? Lennar. $4.1 billion was committed for high growth areas in America, Southwest and Southeast. Where are we? Of the committed high growth of the partnership, the objective, the joint venture was to create opportunities to build more dwellings, more housetops, build more dwellings, to rent to buy, or outright build a home to sell it. Their goal was to create opportunities for more dwellings at a pace that their competitors could not match. So in 2023, D.R. Horton was the largest builder in the United States, 90,000 units. Second largest builder of 73,000 units, Lennar. What am I asking you to do? I'm asking you to request of this petitioner to commit to their marketing plans for this proposed subdivision of 170 townhomes and 760 individual homes is not to include that their commitment or their proposal, it is not to include in their market plans, and it's not to suggest in their marketing plans the possibility or the probability of rentals. No rent to buy, no rent to rent. The prospects of rentals is highly likely in this area. This is a huge subdivision, and it cannot be found out after the fact that it's just a housing mill. If that's what it's supposed to be, what are they planning for their rentals to come from? How many dwellings will be available for rent, and what percentage of those dwellings will be available for rent? Ask these questions, please. We don't want rental property. We are currently not a rental community. We are a community of people that come in to settle, to live in their houses, to be in Wendell, to be in Knightdale, to be in these areas. We don't want drifting in and drifting out, drifting in and drifting out. Every time you come around, there's a truck coming in to take out its furniture. People buy to settle here and not to drift in and out. Thank you for your attention to these issues, please.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Braswell, and I often follow my wife around. Sometimes she leads me, so tonight I'm following her again. My name is Frank Braswell, and I live at 4116 Roseville Road. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. I think the term's been mentioned once or twice. And that elephant is density. And before I read my notes, I want to give you 2 examples of density. I got in touch with McAdams and Lennar prior to the February 3rd community meeting that was held at Bethany Church that you asked about. And I said, okay, of the 300 acres that you guys are planning to buy, what's the total number of acres, or the percent of the 300 acres that you're building your 171 and 760 single-family homes on? The answer to that question is 1/3 of 300 acres, right, David? 1/3 of 300 acres. Well, that's 100 acres. So let's get back to density. When you think about you're going to put in 931 units on 100 acres, now you're talking about density. There are 4 different lot sizes that the single-family homes are going to go on. 3 of those 4 are under 4,900 square feet. So if you divide 4,900 square feet into a square acre, you get 8.9 houses per acre. That's density. That's why people don't like this subdivision, and nobody's said it yet. I'm opposed to Lennar's request in their desire to build 931 dwellings on the 100 acres they intend to buy. By comparison, Davistown Road, Roseville Road property is not at all like what Wendell Falls was at one time. When Murphy began that development in 2004, 5, 6, and 7, then there was nothing at Johnson Pond Road area, just limestone rocks and a lot of red clay. No existing communities existed for Murphy to consider how dense or not how dense that they wanted to build Wendell Falls. On Roseville Road today, if you travel 1 mile north of Davistown Road and 3/4 of a mile south of Davistown Road intersection, there are 6 established subdivisions and 425 single-family homes. Could we have just momentarily a map, Collier, a map of the subdivision? Who can bring me up a map of the subdivision? Is that possible?
I don't
Never
have
mind,
the
let me just go with this. You got Roseville Road that runs north and south, Davistown runs east and west. If you take the 161 homes to the left of Davistown and the 289 homes to the right of Davistown, on 52 acres in that little circle, there are 449 of these densely populated homes compared to the 425 existing community homes in a 1 3/4 mile stretch. Let's see. When we consider all that we've heard and seen so far tonight, it appears to be a Hail Mary proposal by Lennar. And it is a Hail Mary. In the fall of last year, my very good friend, Benny Weathers, he called me to say that Lennar representatives had come to him telling him that Wendell had rejected their original project of approximately 450 dwellings in 125 or so acres. And these reps were told by Wendell to double that original proposal as far as dwellings and acres, make it bigger. After a 3rd financial offer by Lennar to Benny, first one was not enough, second was not enough, Benny gave them a number that was out so high, they committed to buy his 161 acres. I'm opposed to this, and my question is it reasonable or even ethical that such a plan, based on what I've just told you, to achieve the town's long-term town limit objectives should be considered I think it must be rejected by you people. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think it's my time. I'm Ben Weathers, 1625 Davistown Road. Good evening to the mayor and your board members. I found out tonight, it's been a great meeting. I own more land than I thought I owned. It's great. And to address Mr. Braswell, everything he said is not true. So I'm sorry for that. But anyway, I want to thank you for your time and your service to the town of Wendell, of course. I would also like to recognize you for your previous successful annexation, of course, of Wendell Falls, which anyone in the state of North Carolina knows about Wendell Falls. I have friends that live there, that work in Wilson, Greenville, Rocky Mount, and around. Very, very successful. Also for Tech East Waste, the Tech East, I'm sorry, Wake Tech East. And also for other successful developments as future ones, of course, as the Wendell Commerce and others. We have been on this farm for 140 years. And this being said, it hadn't been an easy decision for us to make. But as you know, change is here, change is coming. Change brings change and also growth. And for any type of business, whether in the clothing business or the building business or attorney or a venture capitalist, whatever, it takes people. And this is what it's doing. It's taking people. It's a positive thing. And that's why we have decided the best use of our farm is to join Lennar in offering a quality home to Wake County and, of course, in the town of Wendell. By the way, I'm not selling my entire farm for this project because my daughter and granddaughter live on part of it. Their home is directly across or next to the Wendell Falls. They have horses, goats, potbelly pigs, cats, and if I did not feel comfortable in selling this development or endorsing this development, I will never agree to sell their property to Lennar Homes. Also, a lot of you guys remember about 3 years ago, another developer wanted also to develop the Garrett Farm, the Weathers Farm, the Carpenter Farm, the Yancey Farm, and the Burris Farm, which are for sale and will be for sale. After careful research and we visit their developments and researched their development and also looked at the quality of the development, and we didn't want to be associated with any of it. So we decided, for that reason, not to sell. Now, Lennar has come, and from their presentation, of course, you've seen this evening what a great plan they have to build a flagship community with quality homes, pool, clubhouse, walking trail, greenways, parks, 42% of it open space on that. My wife and I have personally met with Lennar, visited the other developments, carefully looking at that great attention to the neighborhoods, both inside and outside of the homes. We have found nothing but a quality developer with Lennar. We may probably one day live in this development. Their professional staff, of course, has also met with adjacent property owners and other owners, surrounding owners, answering, of course, any question or concern they may have. This includes building fences, building berms, water roll-off, I'll get that out, environmental concerns, traffic, stoplights, and on and on. I know that anyone that has met with this group of professionals could not say anything negative about them. Lennar has gone far above the requirements of the North Carolina, Wake County, and the town of Wendell. I find that this will provide quality homes to a community where families can grow and thrive. I thank you in advance for your vote of yes for Lennar and for the future families moving to this beautiful community. It is clearly a well-thought-out, planned community and a great decision for the board to approve. development is coming, as you know, more than anyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, next.
My name is Tracy Potmeyer. I live at 116 Gilridge Lane in Wendell. We've talked about education. We've talked about runoff. One thing we have not mentioned is health care. With all the people coming into this area, it's going to be a detrimental impact because of the health care system. I work for a doctor's office. I had a patient today call and say, I need an appointment. I couldn't make him an appointment but for a month out. And that was good, because if you go to Duke, you go to Wake Med, you're going to wait anywhere from 6 to 9 months. And I worked for 20 doctors, and I couldn't get him in but a month later. So that's one thing I want you to think about when you bring all these people in to this area, because our healthcare system can't handle it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
All right. Good evening, Mayor and fellow commissioners. I am Greg Jones. I live at 6141 Robertson Pond Road, Wendell. I guess it's Wendell. It's the country to me, but we'll call it Wendell at that. You've heard a lot of concerns tonight, and it's already been mentioned. These constituents cannot vote for you. We are actually represented by Wake County Commissioners. There's so many things on the table. I'm going to take a little bit of a different approach tonight, based on what one of the earlier gentlemen has mentioned tonight on how voting has occurred here in Wendell over the years, and things have not been positive by the commissioners. A lot of things have been pushed forward, even though these same types of concerns were brought forward. I'm going to look at the fact of if you do approve it, and that's the reason I give you this literature tonight. I will be directly impacted by construction because I live adjacent to one of the main entrances. I will be directly impacted by the traffic in and out of this facility. One of my best friends is selling this brand. One of my other best friends, being this talk, is selling this property. So I'm not against what they're trying to do and sell. What I am saying is if you look at these things, I've worked out a lot of different things by meeting with the staff of Lennar. Items 1 through 9 is on these sheets with a map on the back showing where I live, the property I own, and what's going to be impacted. And item 3, item 4, and item 6, we never were able to come to a conclusion on. So I would need your help on that. And I'll be glad if you want to take the time to go over each one. I requested a quiet zone if this gets approved right next to my house, because only Wendell has the authority to initiate that. I've been told by town staff that that's already built in, but I'd like to see it definitely a quiet zone. The next thing is Street U, which be coming in by me. I requested that all the lighting face away from my property, because I can assure you, if I'm bothered by the lighting, I'm going to bother Wendell. I'm going to call you and complain steadily, okay? Just letting you know. That's why I gave it to you in writing. I also requested through Lennar a protective or decorative wall at the front entrance off of Robertson Pond Road and at their exit entrance way coming out of Lennar on this Street U, so that every time everybody comes in and out this neighborhood, those lights are not shining in my bay windows. That's a fair, common sense thing I requested. They will not guarantee that. So I'm letting you know that if lights are on me, lights will be on others. Okay? It's public record right here. Number 6, I reached out to a town staff member about eliminating the entranceway that is shown on the attached map going into the future Wake County Park. I was told by the staff member that they had discussed this, or they were going to discuss it. He did not see any changes going to be made to it, and that he did not want that street to impact my, the Lennar residents. Now, that staff member didn't care about Greg Jones and his family. Okay, that bothers me. So I think we need to consider eliminating that entrance. Wake County has plenty road frontage on Robinson Pond Road to get to their 75 acres in the future for that park. Everybody in this United States, and even our people coming across the border, might use that driveway beside me to go in and out this park that Wake County will build one day. Now, I shouldn't have to put up with that. I'm already there. So I just asked you to either eliminate it. The only thing I asked was to move it upstream, get it more in the center. But he didn't want to bother Lennar. Well, you bother me, eye for eye. It's very simple. All legal, all by law. So that was the main reason I give you these sheets tonight, is to have it on record, and me standing before all these mics, and I'm used to a hot mic. I've been in your shoes before. I ran for public office multiple times. I want it to be on record that you've heard me tell you these are some problems that need to be addressed. Lennar has plenty of money to address these simple concerns if this project moves forward. Some other things I'd like to mention in closing is this stuff I've heard tonight. Heard the statement by the attorney that nothing was out of compliance. Wake County wouldn't have you out here rezoning an R40 if it was meeting compliance. Okay, we wouldn't be here
Your
tonight.
time's expired.
I know it. I wish I had 5 more minutes. I'm just getting started. But thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I hope everything was well.
Okay, next.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Julie Weathers. It's 1625 Davistown Road. And I just would like to share some information that I got from the Plan Wake Comprehensive Plan, and stating that the need for housing continues to outpace supply. The primary reason behind the housing shortage is the insignificant production of new homes by home builders. It is projected that Wake County will need an additional 125 to 175,000 new homes over the next 10 to 15 years. Wake County is also experiencing significant population growth, with an average of 62 people per day added to the county's population. Also, from the chamber updates from February 5th, 2025, from the North Carolina Chamber Foundation, stating that from their new report details significant housing supply gap in North Carolina. The number of households in the state is projected to increase by 218,160 households between 2024 and 29. The overall deficit that North Carolina faces, a 5-year inventory gap of 764,500 homes. By identifying geographically tailored solutions, we ensure access to quality housing, supporting economic growth, and strengthening communities statewide. They also stated that addressing North Carolina's significant housing supply gap is more than just meeting demand. It's a critical investment in our state and community's future. 80 counties in the state have projected increases in the number of households. Wake and Mecklenburg counties are projected to have the largest number increases in new households, totaling 41,241 homes in Wake County alone. There's been a lot of interest in this property, and it is going to be developed. Lennar was selected after careful consideration of a number of other groups, and Lennar is the best fit as a quality home builder. This project is superior to the prior proposed project and provides much-needed housing to eastern Wake County as Wendell and the rest of the Triangle continue to grow. Lennar was chosen because the project was consistent with the town's comprehensive plan. The public park is also a major benefit, and we're excited that others can enjoy this property. The project preserves a lot of open space and has a green stormwater infrastructure. This is a very respectful way to honor the land, and it sets a high bar for future development. People should be free to sell their land, and it is being developed in accordance with the comprehensive plan. Actually, 4 out of the 5 people that are selling their land are planning to stay. They're not leaving Wendell. We feel very comfortable about this and excited for a quality development that's in line with the town's plan for it. Please approve this premier community tonight to move forward with progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor. Thank you for having us. My name is Darlene Ryder. I live at 2409 Davistown Road. You heard from my husband earlier. We are tag teaming the kids tonight because we have a sick kid at home. But I do believe there is power in numbers, so I just wanted to make sure y'all saw one more face that was not okay with any of the development plan that is going on. There's too much in one area. If it was 1 house per acre, that would not be a problem. I don't think for anybody in this room, if I'm being honest, we live on an acre. But like I said, I just wanted to make sure y'all saw one more face that was not in agreement with what they have planned. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Michelle Bernier, 3937 Roseville Road, Wendell. Two things ago, Wake County, Wendell cannot support the infrastructure of 900 homes, 2,000 people, 2,000 cars added every single day. You have heard it over and over again. Our healthcare, our police department, our fire department, the crime, all of that is going to be, it's just not going to be accessible anymore. And the nice town that we live in is going to be changed. We all moved here because we love Wendell. It's a great little community. When we did our research before moving here 11 years ago, wow, it's 5 square miles. It's still got a little bit of country, and yet we're close to the city. We're going to be losing a lot of that. And all of our neighbors on Roseville Road, the infrastructure cannot handle it. It takes us so long to just take a right turn out of our driveway or a left turn. And I am absolutely amazed when someone lets me drive out. Oh, thank you. And then you're going to add 2,000 more cars to that. It's going to be impossible. And I am concerned for the safety, the amount of accidents in front of my house, 1 a year. And the amount of times that my mailbox has been hit and run and we have to replace it. And not to mention my grandkids' safety. Please do not approve this tonight, please.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. My name's Massey. I live at 2028 Davistown. A couple of things I want to hit on in the event this is approved. Stormwater ponds. Are they gonna have fences around them to protect them? Because anybody around here now with a farm has a pond on it, they want you to fence it, keep it protected. There's things like that I hadn't seen mentioned. I saw the diagrams and the illustrations about traffic, and I heard what y'all said. There's already a traffic problem. What I saw might help with the current traffic problem. Maybe, but definitely isn't going to be enough, for all the growth. It's kind of like y'all's retention pond drawing. It's obvious to me, and I think everybody else, just looking at it, unless them things are 1,000 foot deep, it ain't enough. I mean, anyway, you talking about traffic, think about coyote out there. You ever seen one of the 18-wheelers try to pull out? It's crazy.
they finally get bold enough to just go. Stop the show out there. Hopefully, everybody stops. 2,000 more cars, roughly. I feel like all of this, it's very obvious it's way too much to consider in one public hearing. I got enough sense to know that we're not going to stop growth. Lord willing, I got a long time left to live right here in this area. And if I think that we're going to stop growth, I'm a fool. But let's do this right. Let's do this sensible. I mean, 931 units. Over 700 single family. I mean, nothing about that conforms with the area. I mean, maybe if you live in town, but we're not in town, and there is a reason for that. We don't fit in town. And you don't want us to fit in town. It wouldn't be good. So don't bring town to us, please. We just don't, we don't like that. And in-town folks don't like what we got. Let's keep them separate. I could go on for another 20 minutes, but let's pump the brakes. That's all I ask. There will be growth. There will be change. Let's take more time. Let's not rush into this. And I heard you say, Collier, that this has been over a year and all these meetings and stuff. This is still rushed. It's so rushed. We're talking about adding a turn lane here and a turn lane there, retention ponds, greenways. I heard you say this area is unwalkable. It don't need to be walkable. It needs to be farmed.
You need to address the board,
Okay.
okay? And
I'm
everybody
sorry.
quiet down
I'm sorry.
now.
I'm done. I'm done
That's
anyway.
okay.
But
Okay, thank you.
anyway, thank y'all.
Right. Next.
Brandon Strickland, 4428 Roseville Road. My house is right across the street from Davistown. My wife runs an in-home daycare business with several kids, and she has to turn out of the driveway, which is a nightmare. Adding another 2 lanes for her to cross is going to make that even more dangerous. There's a stoplight that's backed up. She's never going to get out of the house. There's numerous issues being covered tonight, but the one I want to focus on is the one that should govern what we do. It's not opinion. It is the blueprint Wendell 2030 and the future land use map, which I know very well, spent a lot of time studying. This subdivision is primarily situated in MRL1. That's the medium residential living. Townhomes are being proposed in here, and as was covered tonight, that's not an allowed new development in that area. The innovation district that they're saying is the reason we should do that is not in the development map. It's a hypothetical zoning. It's not for sale. And besides that, across the street, there's over 250 acres that's going to take years to fill up before this innovation district may be sold, may be developed. We shouldn't use a future might happen to make a decision today. Another large portion in the low-density estate calls for 2 units per acre. Been covered very well. A lot of those lots are 1/10 of an acre lots. So that's not low density, not large or medium lots. Those are small lots. Doesn't fit there. So that's 2 areas that don't fit the town plan. As was covered, the count is skewed of 3 acres with the stormwater retention ponds, wetlands. I know that's how it's allowed to be calculated, but I want folks here and online watching to understand that this density will look like a Wendell Falls. But we won't get any commercial benefits to the town, and we won't have the infrastructure of a 4-lane highway to support it. The sidewalk that's being proposed will only run for a little bit of a distance of the development because they don't own both sides of the road. So they're only going to develop half the road. They're not going to put in a 4-lane like the lady thought they would by the way they presented earlier. The density is a stark contrast to all the other developments around, and it doesn't fit the blueprint, which says there should be transitional zones and the density should be closer to downtown. This also creates another satellite, which doesn't fit another initiative in the town plan, which was filling in all the gaps we have right now. Based on the townhomes, which aren't allowed, and the small lots and the low density, which isn't allowed, a big portion of this doesn't fit the town plan. That's not just my opinion. The vice chair and chairman quoted at the planning board, and I quote, this is from the minutes, "The project is inconsistent with Wendell Blueprint 2030 because there are parts of the project that do not fit within the guidelines," end quote. One of the priorities listed in the blueprint is that the town wants diversified housing options to appeal to different groups. Right now, there's not one new development in Wendell that offers larger lots. Some people want a larger lot for their kids, for their pets, maybe they want a pool. I'm not even talking about a 1 acre lot, but something a little more space would be perfect in this area. This is the spot for that. It's on the outer edge. The planning staff, I'm not going to call anyone, said at the planning board meeting this was as far as the town would go because it's on the edge of the ETJ, and because of all the other existing subdivisions we've talked about, there's really nowhere else to go. That's another reason this would be the perfect place to give folks another option. We talk about diversity of choices. One choice is not diversity. Diversity means a bunch of different varying options, and we don't have that. Putting this density on the edge of town doesn't accomplish growing from the middle, and it creates another satellite community, which is a burden on taxpayers. It may be revenue positive on day one, but it's going to be cash flow loss to the town. It's going to be a burden to the taxpayer that vote for you guys. Since we can't, they're going to hear this. And I'll close with this. Lennar talked about having 3 neighborhood meetings because that sounds good to you guys. They went above and beyond. I attended the last 2 in person. They have not made a single material change. The last developer made a lot of changes from the beginning to the end. All they've changed is they added a blinking stoplight and they added grass around a retention pond they called a wetland pond. It still has an overflow. It may filter a little bit, but it's not going to filter our oil and other pollutants that grass can't absorb. The town I know Lennar has a lot of money, and that can be intimidating to a small town like Wendell, but the town put a lot of time and money into creating the blueprint, and you guys got citizen impact. This plan is public record for developers to read and use to guide in what they build in Wendell. If they've decided to spend a lot of time and money on this project without adhering to the blueprint, that's not the fault of the town, nor would the town be liable in a lawsuit. It would be perfectly within the town's rights to deny this project, and that's what I'm respectively requesting this board to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hey, my name is Bailey Robertson Prevost. I live at 4200 Rollsville Road. I am definitely very concerned about a lot of things that people have presented tonight, but one thing I would actually like to present that I don't think anybody's really raised a point on quite yet is just how close the Robertson Mill Pond Preserve is going to be to all of these people. If you're familiar with the animals that live there, like the prothonotary warbler, it's a beautiful little yellow songbird. It is now considered critical in the United States. It can't live in a lot of different places in North Carolina, but it actually thrives there. The thing about that is, it's not only the water pollution that we need to worry about, it's not only the increased traffic that's going to be killing these animals, but it's also the light pollution. These animals can only migrate at night, and light pollution is actually the main factor that is killing them. Somebody brought up the way that everybody likes to live out there, and they were talking about the lightning bugs. The lightning bugs, I'm afraid my grandchildren are not going to see because of all of these large areas that we're allowing to be worked on, and the amount of light pollution that it is causing, those animals are not going to be able to exist anymore. I definitely understand that progress is coming, neighborhoods are coming. We want people to be able to come and live here and enjoy it. We love it here, so we want other people to be able to enjoy that, but definitely reconsider the zoning of this area. I don't think that we do need to have this many people compacted on top of each other, and I don't think it needs to be that close to a preserve either. It's been held to a high standard for a very long time, and so I just want us to also continue to consider that.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening. My name is David Cozart. I live at 6324 Weathers Road, which is directly adjacent to the backside of the Weathers Landing subdivision. We moved in this address in 2018 after spending 25 years raising our children in the Blair Hills subdivision, which was actually closer to town. We've been in Wendell for more than 100 years, including our families. Emma and I were talking about it tonight before we came over. She can trace back at least 4 generations. We're concerned about the massive wave of development that everyone has talked about tonight. It's creating more homes, more people, more retail, more traffic, and not enough good, high-paying jobs. Families are selling their family farmland in exchange for one high-density subdivision after another. The town, state, and local government needs to be very careful about this because the landscape is permanently changing, and it's in a short period of time. When it's done, it's done. There will be no going back to a small town, big charm. The Weathers Landing development will certainly create permanent changes within the town and the county infrastructure. The traffic from these nearly 1,000 homes and townhomes cannot be handled by a few turn lanes and stoplights. I appreciate the fact that we have added these to the plan. It just doesn't make sense, though, that adding turn lanes and stoplights is going to handle that much traffic. The real problem is that Roseville Road needs to be 4-laned, and there's nobody, not the government, not the developer, not the town, that will take that on. And that leads to an insufficient infrastructure. A few points of interest: the proposed traffic lights are not guaranteed. The DOT has to approve them. The development will have roads that ties into existing subdivisions. The Enclave, for example, is one. There are potential other connections into Candlewick. Certainly, the adjacent property owners will migrate from one to another. Neither of these neighborhoods, Candlewick nor the Enclave, are in the town limits, yet the residents will be highly impacted. Furthermore, Roseville Road is highly impacted by developments that are currently underway in the Roseville area. I think that's already been mentioned tonight. I've been spending a lot of time in Southern California for the last 2 years, and I've seen the results of overbuilding and overcrowding. Main roads are expanded, but the neighborhood roads are still very tight. People, I stayed in one place that people had subdivided their home. They had put in 3 apartments in their home, and they were renting it out. And you could hardly get down the street that we were on because there were cars parked on both sides and in all the driveways. That's an example, an extreme example of a rental unit gone wrong. So I think what this is another satellite annexation. It's another high-density development. It's a risk to the Robertson Mill Pond. It's additional traffic in already overcrowded infrastructure. What it's not similar to anything adjacent to it. It's not consistent with the town plan. And it is not in an area that's conducive to high-density development. I'll state the obvious. Residents in the county are highly affected by the details of the Weathers Landing subdivision. Aside from the ongoing cost to the town and its taxpayers, we're more highly affected in our day-to-day life. We have no representation in this deal. We're not getting any cash out of it. We don't vote in the town elections. We have the ability to influence only tonight through passionate arguments and your attentiveness to our situation. I ask you to carefully consider our concerns and the permanent impact to our living environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Jimmy Parker, and I live at 6317 Weathers Road, right on the edge of this new development. I'm going to try to stay on task tonight, so I'll be doing a lot of reading. This development would have a negative impact on the surrounding environment and local farms. This development plan set aside 128 acres of open space, which is beyond the minimum amount that is required. However, you must keep in mind there are a couple things that need to remember. First, most of the open space is required due to the various regulations and things set, like setback, utility right-of-way, stormwater ponds, and as well as marshland that cannot be built on. Second, this comes at a cost of destroying over 170 acres of existing natural green space and farmland. This is part of the worrisome trend in the county and the state. Wake County lost over 11,000 acres of tree canopy between 2010 and 2020. This is an area twice the size of Umstead Park. North Carolina loses 55 acres of farmland to development every day, and Wake County alone has lost 23,000 acres of farmland in the last decade. This is a 26% decline. According to Leanne Hammerbacher, Director of Land Protection and Stewardship at the Triangle Land Conservancy, Wake County ranks 32nd in the nation for potential farmland loss over the next 20 years. So unless we take steps to preserve and protect farmland, we will lose the land that supports food security, the environment, and historic communities. The McAdams Plan, also to its credit, does include stormwater ponds that have a capacity greater than a minimum standard. However, an expert from the NC Department of Environmental Quality, I don't know their name, reviewed Lennar's flood control plan and stated she does not believe the storm pond could handle the storm water levels we already experience. Worst, Weathers Landing would destroy the woodlands we already have that are more effective in protecting the watershed that feeds the Robinson Mill Pond Preserve. As a result, water runoff from the housing development would find its way into surrounding areas. This runoff would include oil and other fluids from cars and lawnmowers, detergent from cars washing and spring cleaning, pesticides and fertilizers, sediment, heavy metals, even pet waste. This will directly contaminate farmland and crops next to the property. There are no barriers to prevent this. It will also contaminate irrigation ponds, 2 of which are within 500 feet of the development. Irrigation ponds are needed by the average farm to water crops between 12 and 16 days a month. This means crops further away from the development will also be contaminated. Entire crops could be lost, threatening the financial stability of local farms and don't have the cash reserves to weather crop loss the way corporate farms can. This means no farmers losing more land to developers. And one of the last things I want to say is that larger lots, same houses, could be a different, turnout in the end in here. And the one thing that I want to say, because I've been here around for 50 years or more, let's don't make Wendell a whistle stop. Let's make it a destination. We want people to come here. They would love it when they come here. Larger lots, less open space. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Mike Costantino, 213 Gale Ridge Lane, Wendell. We got a question before us tonight. The town of Wendell is facing an identity crisis and is in significant danger of no longer being the unique community that was incorporated in 1903. Market forces and development pressures have pushed us into a dense growth arms race with other Wake County towns, and many are convinced that we have no other options. But there are other options, and these are options that we need to explore and choose because this race is one that has no winner. Wendell cannot remain Wendell if the characteristics that made it what it is are replaced with the characteristics of a high-density city that it is not. At the March 17th Planning Board meeting, the Council for Lennar advised that in an emotional debate like this one should focus on the facts. Perhaps I should speak on the issues with Weathers Landing, as others have well documented. Perhaps I should stick to the facts. Maybe I should accept the inevitable. But I cannot, because I live there. Look, I don't like their plan. It's not that it's a bad plan. It would be great in a land-starved place like Apex. It's not good here. And these people are not villains. These are hardworking people who have used the best of their talents in service for their employer. But at the end of tonight's meeting, they're going to go to bed in Wake Forest or North Raleigh or Cary or wherever it is that they hang their hats. I'm going to go home to Candlewick. The people behind me are going to drive to Rollsville. They're going to go to Davistown. They're going to go to Weathers Landing. They're going to go to Shadowbrook, Ramsey Farm, Ridge Haven, Robertson Valley, Cedarwood. These are names on a map. A job for some, an opportunity for others. But those names are my home. It's their home. And whether you think of it this way or not, it's your home too. Because it doesn't matter if you lie your head down off of Main Street, or if you go to sleep in Blair Hills or Pepper Point, Dillon's Run, Deerfield. We're all part of this town. All of Wendell is our town. We all live here. We all go to Petey's for breakfast. And if you don't, you should be ashamed. It's delicious. Call it NIMBY. Say I'm being a hypocrite because I'm got mine and I'm not letting anybody else come in and get theirs too. But sometimes you have to protect what you love. And we love this town and what it is. This small town tucked among the farms and the fields and the pine trees here on the edge of the coastal plain. A town built by hardworking men and women who worked the land, opened small businesses, sent their kids to school, watched them play ball, hosted picnics, celebrated holidays, hunted, fished, went to church. We owe it to them, and we owe it to each other to keep and preserve Wendell before it becomes another Cary or Apex. The zoning and development decisions of this board can and must be made in order to save and preserve Wendell while it is still possible. I call on this board to save this town's identity. I call on this board to save what this town still is. Vote no on this plan.
Thank you. Anyone else?
My name is Jan Davis Parker, and I reside at 6317 Weathers Road, and I've lived there for more than 50 years. And my grandson Carl that spoke earlier, I'm very proud of him. He's a fifth generation in the Davis family as a farmer, and he has the passion, and I just think he was born to farm. But the reason I wanted to speak is because a few years ago, we decided to do the voluntary weight conservation farm, which we were, encouraged working with the Soil and Water Division. And they told us then that some of the benefits would be, that you all would take into consideration things like developments and changes in the surrounding area. And these guys, again, they're not our enemies. They're just doing their jobs. But it's not enough because it's just not a fit. Any one thing that's been mentioned tonight would be enough reason not to pass this. But, and it just is a question, and I know you can't answer, but what drew you to Wendell? Why did you move here for your family? And it was probably a lot of the things, that small town charm that we talked about tonight. But, you're going to make a great big decision that's going to impact all of us tonight. But we didn't get to elect you. We don't get to have a chance to sit on that board and help make these decisions. So we're dependent on you. We respect you and admire you for being, a servant, a service leader. And when I think about Jimmy and I were in the Raleigh Fire Department, and grew up. My childhood was in Raleigh, and everything's big in Raleigh. If you were on the city of Raleigh, the council there, you could do big things. You just imagine it, and it could happen, because the bigger the better in the city of Raleigh and what the city of Raleigh council does. But here, it's just, it would destroy Wendell if this keeps on and on. And, when Carl was telling you how much land they lost, it hasn't been 5 years since he was plowing the field where Wake Tech is. It was full of sweet potatoes. So that's how rapidly everything's happening now. And it's just too many issues, too many things that were brought up tonight that hopefully tell you it's just not a good fit. It's just not our community. And the people have spoke. We've been here. And I'm sure there are others that aren't here that may be listening that would like to tell you the same thing. I really have a passion for the Robertson Mill Pond. And I think you might not know, but that's a jewel. I mean, that is very, we should protect it. And it's a beautiful place. Wake County, in doing that, buying that property and maintaining it, it's for all of us, for all of the citizens of Wake County. And I just think it's not being, a good steward to make a change and do something that close to such a special place. And once it's gone, it's gone. That's been said earlier. We can't get it back. So again, thank you for what you're doing, but please, please say no to this, because it's just not right. It's just not a fit for this community.
Thank you. Anyone else? Come on.
So I didn't plan on saying anything here, but just an observation. One of the pictures that they had of the nice community and everything.
Can you give me your name and
Oh,
address?
Mike Henley, 228 Candlewick Drive.
Thank you.
It looked like a overhead view of a community in Florida, like with canals and stuff. So just like an observation for me, it's wetlands. All of it's wetlands. The reason they have to build 900 homes is because they got to sell that many to be able to pay the people and to be able to justify putting houses on that property. That, everybody wants to do the little half-acre, quarter-acre lots, and that's like the greatest idea, but it's not going to make anybody any money. And that's my assumption as to why. And this happened maybe 5 years ago. This property came up with another plan, and it was the same thing. I mean, there was farmers talking about they've been farming that land forever, and it's just water runs through there, and I'm not a green guy, activist, but you got a swamp right beside it. I mean, that's, but they have to justify it. They have to do the 900 homes to justify to make the money. I mean, that's obviously what it is. But that picture just reminded me of, maybe somewhere in New Bern somewhere, or Newport, North Carolina, where you got canals and stuff everywhere. There's a reason why they have to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? All right, this is your chance.
Good evening. My name is Ron Perry. I live on Robertson Pond Road, 6537. I have one statement to make. My family's been in this area for almost 250 years. And my grandmother was a farmer, and she taught me that we don't own the land. We're just here to take care of it for a little while. And it's our responsibility to pass it along to the next generation better than we left it. I charge each of you to think about that when you're making your decisions. Are you doing that? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening. I know it's a little bit late. My name is Marinette Henley, 228 Candlewick Drive. We came tonight because we care about our town. I'm a mother of a high schooler that attends East Wake High School. She just started driving in Rollsville Road, and I hear her car beeping tick, 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 every time. It's because the road is not right. We have kids driving early to the high school. We had already a development riding from Coyote, and we had no lines for all these new student drivers for weeks. So I don't think that we're taking into consideration the magnitude and the consequences that this is having to our kids. Someone already mentioned schools. I understand overpopulation and growth. I come from a very big city where I could hear what my neighbor was saying beside my house, and I did not like that, and I did not want my kid to grow that way. So I'm just begging tonight for you to listen, hear our concerns. We know growth is happening, but we are just neighbors, part of this community. We love our community, and we just want the best for our kids and our safety and their safety. I don't want my kid just with a student driver driving in Rollsville and having to stop 4 more times going to high school. Just think about that. Thank you for your hard work and consideration tonight.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Christopher Kousis, 4136 Roseville Road, Wendell. I just want to say that, you know, these guys have done a great job presenting the neighborhood. I think it looks good. They dangled a lot of carrots. 4 years ago, they tried to build a neighborhood on this same piece of property. It wasn't as good as this one. And I just want you guys to consider the fact that if you turn this one down, how much better might the next one be? Okay? They have, you know, what you got to consider is that once the people develop this land, if it's small lots, small neighborhoods, that's what everybody's going to want to do. It's going to be easy. They know they can get it approved, and that's what we don't want. So if you would just consider not approving this piece of property, the homeowners are still going to be able to sell it. The investors are going to buy it because they know eventually somebody's going to build a neighborhood. We just don't want these tiny little lots close to our house. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, anything from the board right now? I have a whole list of questions, but I'll let y'all go first. Anyone? All right, Mr. Coates, can you talk a little bit about the 3-mile requirement for annexation? Just what the general statutes require and what that means to this project specifically?
Yeah, state law was created, and we can annex within our 3 miles from our corporate core limits. And as we annex, our corporate core does grow. So there are parts of this annexation that are well within the 3 miles from the Food Lion area, but also from Eagle Rock Road, where we now have contiguous annexation.
So we're not in violation of that? No,
We are not in violation, no. And
anything
the satellite,
illegal.
there was a comment about satellite annexations. Wake County towns are exempt from satellite regulations. There was a bill many years ago. So we can do unlimited satellite annexations.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit about how you periodically meet with the Wake County Public Schools system and discuss growth and how they approach growth that's happening in towns? Because that's a common, it's not just this project, but it's a common concern for people to where the kid's going to go to school.
Mhm. Yeah, the school system purchased land at Marshburn and NC 97 for a new K through 5 that's been purchased by them. They have, it's part of their projections in their CIP. We meet with them probably monthly right now to go over data and development patterns, and all the towns do. It's a coordinated approach. We submit developments to them. They keep track of all the potential developments in years of construction.
So they know, they have some
Yeah, they purchased land
calculations they can do.
they
and
purchased
know.
the 40 acres at Marshburn in 97 of needs for future school, as a school site.
Okay. Can we talk about the irrigation concerns with pollutants in the water used for crops, if there's some overflow, the stormwater? There was a concern about that.
I will let the developer stormwater team
Okay.
speak on that if they'd like to answer that question.
Can we talk about that?
Mayor, if I can add to your question along the same stormwater
Yeah.
theme, could you explain to me the difference in the types of ponds? So like the 5 versus the 10 versus the 25, and then like how we measure that? So like I have I'm sorry, that's one question. The second question is, how do we measure water quality on the back end of the project? So how do we know that your project is not making the water worse, I
That
guess?
was my next, yeah.
Thank you.
On the same page, yeah.
Sorry, I have to write these down. Pregnancy brain, I'm not going to remember everything that, 3 questions I think I just got asked. Okay, so the first one from you, Mayor, was asking about the water quality pollutants such as oil.
All the kinds of things that would go into it, especially in the event of overflow, I believe, came up. And then, well, I'll let Commissioner
Yeah.
Joyner, but we want to talk about the back end stuff as well.
Yeah, so as I mentioned from the presentation, DEQ has decades of research and experience and standards that they pass down and try to make it feasible for both water quality to be implemented, but also growth to happen at the same time. So for water, so the measures, the primary stormwater control measures that have to be implemented to treat water pollution from, potential water pollution from the development, we're following the requirements and the regulations that stem from the state that also then the town adopts, and the town can go even more above and beyond with their requirements. So the water quality from having detention. Detention means holding back this water, and it promotes more settling of the sediments and these pollutants that come with the stormwater runoff. There isn't as, the main focus from the state are on nutrients of nitrogen, phosphorus, which is tied with fertilizers. And all the other ones, I don't have the literature in front of me and the years of them studying, but there's this assumption that it gets treated, but we don't know how much, because the primary pollutants of concern within the area are the nitrogen and the phosphorus. And so that's what these stormwater control measures are helping to decrease. And the types, did you ask the question about the types of ponds or more about the rainfall
What makes
events?
this- So like, I've heard that very nice stormwater ponds. I've heard we're very concerned about that. Obviously, the only concern comes on the back end, but can you tell me what makes what you're doing differently and why I should understand that differently?
Sure. Yeah.
Maybe I can piggyback on that a little bit too. We're talking 1 year, 10 year, and 20.
Capacity.
Capacity,
Yeah.
yes.
So 1 year, I'm assuming is like okay or fine. 10 years better, 25 years best.
That's correct, yes. Most, in this area, the area that I work, Triangle and the radius, the state requirement is for 1 year detention. So all municipalities have to adopt 1 year detention. And then they can go above and beyond. Most stop at 10 year. And for this project, we're providing 25 year, which again is a bigger storm event, more volume of runoff that we're detaining and holding back and mitigating for peak flow that otherwise wouldn't occur without doing these zoning condition commitments.
All right,
For this project.
and I am kind of a math guy here, but does 10 year versus 25 year, does 25 year mean 2.5 times better than 10 year? And I'm not saying that's
Yeah.
linear, exact, but is that the thought process?
For when it's asked about, or the definition of a 1 year, a 10 year, and a 25 year, that's the probability that that storm would occur within the year. So for 25 year, 1 in 25 chance that it will occur, meaning it's a bigger storm. And so yes, you're providing bigger, more detention and more capacity compared to just doing the 1 year, which is going to frequently happen all the time because it is a smaller event.
Yeah, makes sense, thank you.
Yeah.
So just curious to kind of keep going on this pathway here. If I heard someone mention like we get a 50-year storm every now and then. If you've got a 50-year storm and we have a 25-year pond or, SCM, what does that look like for the surrounding area?
So for the surrounding area, the facility will still detain the 50-year and the 100-year because with our designs, we want to safely pass these storm events, meaning that it'll be able to be in the facility and still have freeboard. It just won't be to the existing conditions that is currently happening. So the peak flow for the 50-year and the 100-year will be detained, but it won't be detained enough to meet existing conditions because that's not part of the requirement.
Can I follow up on that then for
Yes.
a second? We clearly all are paying attention to what you have to say. When you say in the example you just gave, it's not current conditions, is that not current conditions if there were a 50-year storm today without any of this stuff, or not current conditions on a regular day? Does that question make sense?
Are we worse off now with nothing?
Oh. What, you're not,
How do you compare what we have now with a 1 year, 10 year, 25, 50?
yeah, and well, yeah, there's no detention now, but, so 1 year, 10 year to 25 year will be detained to existing conditions. The 50-year will not be.
My hurdle is, and you can tell, when we hear, I don't like the process when I have to make decisions based upon facts, and the facts from different relative experts conflict.
For the record, the reference to the DEQ scientists that looked at the facts that were cited are patently false and demonstrably false. So I just want to eliminate any confusion. There are things I heard there that were absolutely ridiculous. And the town staff has standards that we're being held to. So like questions about buffering and things like that, that has to be proven in our engineering drawings. Similarly, like the detention, like our stormwater ponds don't look big enough to detain the water, I think was the comment I heard. Well, they have to be engineered to meet that standard that we're committing to via zoning conditions. So they absolutely will, otherwise the project doesn't get built.
Yeah. now I get your question, sorry. Yeah, I can't speak to the qualifications of the DEQ contact, but if their title is environmental buffer specialist, I'd imagine they're more for buffers and trees rather than H&H modeling that we're specialized and required to not only send in calculation reports, my seal is on it, meeting town requirements, and now going above and beyond the town and DEQ requirements for both detention and water quality.
And I think it's worth pointing, a question was asked, existing conditions versus conditions today. And I think, and Kelly, correct me if I'm wrong, there are a number of issues with existing conditions, including that it's totally untreated. There's no stormwater, there's no treatment of pesticides and other stuff that's coming from upstream. So this is taking existing conditions and doing treatment that's non-existent, and also directing flow in a more natural way.
That's correct, yes, in controlled way, yeah.
Okay. Brian, I need Brian back again. Can we discuss the the fact that we do not have the ability to restrict to no rentals?
Yeah, legally, they can answer a question what their intent is for the neighborhood. I believe it was for sale units. But we cannot restrict that people cannot rent out their home. There are HOAs that have some regulations, but those are HOA rules and covenants. But as far as a town, we can't discriminate against whether something is sold or rented.
Okay.
Madam Mayor? Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Can we ask what your intent would be for the record?
Yeah, this came up earlier on in the process, and we had an internal discussion to verify that the intent is not to have a rental community and not to be a large sale to investor. And so we've discussed that up the chain with Tucker going up his chain of command at Lennar and verified there's no plans for an institutional large-scale rental community. This is designed to be a for-sale community. You can't prevent the one-off guy that buys a couple of houses here and there, but certainly these are meant to be sold on an individual basis, and the expected turnaround time is meant to kind of match the market demands for individual homeowners.
Have there been any conversations with Wake County about protection, about Robertson Mill Pond? Are they, because of the proximity, I know we work with Wake County a lot, and with them putting that here, are they aware of this? And
So we have a contract with Wake County for stormwater and erosion control. So the
Right.
environmental service staff is well aware of the project. And we have had conversations with open space and park staff with
That's what
Wake
I'm
County.
leaning towards,
They
yeah.
own the parcel immediately to the east of this proposed project. And as I think it was earlier referenced, they are planning to do some park-type amenities for Robertson Mill Pond on their adjacent parcel.
but no additional buffering or anything?
The applicant did provide some additional buffers, a fence along that eastern border, and a type A buffer, which is a little more dense than our type B.
Another thing that came up was about getting the land for road widening. Can you discuss that just a moment, please?
Yeah, so anytime a TIA or town requirements require road widenings, it's up to the developer to go out and approach to get construction easements, right-of-way if needed. I think one of the common misconceptions is that the road is the right-of-way. Typically, the right-of-way is much wider than the pavement. So in some cases, putting in turn lanes may not require additional right-of-way. They may need construction easements, or the improvements can happen. If so, the developer does have to go out and purchase that right-of-way as part of their project. If for some reason they cannot obtain any right-of-way or construction easements, they can come back to us and ask for a fee in lieu for those improvements. And it's up to this town board or any town board or DOT to accept that or not. And so they have to show that they have attempted to get that right-of-way or construction easements.
But anywhere in the town of Wendell, we wouldn't just be going and taking people's front yards for building roads.
We have
This
not.
would
In the
not
case of
be
a
a
developer
surprise.
project, they're required to build their TIA
Right.
improvements. Yep.
Right, okay.
Mhm.
Let's see. That's all I can recall right now. Does anyone else have any questions?
Brian, can you talk about the sorry, it's late, stoplight, stoplight additions, where they are and how that timing works out with the changes that were discussed?
Yeah, so the signal at Robertson Mill Pond, the zoning condition said that a signal warrant analysis had to be completed before the 171st CO for a home, and that got adjusted today to the first CO. So that will be analyzed in the very beginning of the project. The other intersections all have certain CO timelines. Typically, that warrant analysis is done. There are guidelines on that. There are triggers based on whether it be traffic counts, the turning radius, accidents, all kinds of things that go into that warrant analysis. And anytime that's done, and on this case, Rollsville Road is an NCDOT road. If it were a town road, we would have the ultimate jurisdiction. But in this case, the warrant analysis do have to be accepted and agreed upon by NCDOT, and the developer has to install those traffic signals during that warrant analysis.
Can I just clarify something on that? And the reasoning on that is we don't wait until 171 in. So if it's warranted out of the gate, there's no delay. It happens before anything is done.
Correct.
If needed.
Yes.
And the thought there is if it's needed up front, it's done up front. It's not then delayed to 171.
Correct.
Thank you.
So they committed to doing that warrant analysis earlier in the process.
Is there any possibility that we fail the warrant analysis, and then thus the developer wouldn't have to pay at some point in the future? They just miss it. Now all of a sudden we have enough to warrant it, and then the town's got to pay for it because now it's in our jurisdiction. Are we still going to be DOT road? They're still got to pay for it. My worry is, do I have a $4 million light problem?
Yeah, I'll let McAdams staff answer that part of the question.
Yeah, so when it comes to the signals, it's more of a question of when and not if. When NCDOT adds the requirement to monitor and install a traffic signal, that's them saying they want a traffic signal there, and for us to provide that. And it's just at that point a matter of when within our build out. And so beyond also the thresholds that we have defined as our zoning conditions, NCDOT has the ability to, at any point of our build out, tap us on the shoulder and say, hey, go ahead and install the signal. We've noticed that it's starting to be warranted earlier than we were expecting. And so that could also happen. The conditions are essentially just when we anticipate that those warrants are likely going to be met, just so y'all have a guarantee of kind of what that timing we anticipate would look like.
Is that sort of what you were talking about with the high school from a standpoint of East Wake, and we might get that sooner rather than later?
Yes, that signal down at Robertson Pond, that's exactly what that is. NCDOT is working out some things with Wake County Schools that's changing the dynamic there, and they're anticipating that's going to be needed sooner.
Any other questions from the board? One more, Brian. Can you talk about there was a question about water and adequate water and sewer. Can you talk about that,
Yeah,
please?
so to clarify, this development would be on municipal
Raleigh.
water and sewer. There would no be wells and septics on site. They would all be city water and sewer. We merged our utilities with the city of Raleigh, and so the utilities would be constructed, built, and turned over to the city of Raleigh and be part of the larger merger system. And capacity-wise, Raleigh, we have most of Wake County as part of the Raleigh merger system, so.
Okay. I just want to make sure that I don't like it when there's confusion. I like to educate people about confusion and things that they're basing their opinions on. I want to make sure everybody has a complete understanding of what's going on. It isn't a matter of me having a preference one way or the other. I feel very protective of farmland, and I'm very protective of Robertson Mill Pond, and this is a tough one, honestly. Anything else from the board?
One more on the, I'm sorry, I'm trying to pull it up. The cross-section at Davistown and Rollsville Road, that stoplight, is that, one of the conditions I saw had crosswalks, or had a crossing, or there was a comment about a crossing?
I think you're referring to at Davistown Road, we've got like a pedestrian beacon to cross Davistown to reach the park. Is that the comment? Yeah, we're also providing a crosswalk across Davistown Road at the future signal there at Rollsville Road. Were you asking about the cross section there?
I was asking which should it cross, is it Davistown or Roseland?
Yeah, so it's crossing Davistown because we'd be able to provide sidewalks on both sides there.
Thank you.
One other traffic thing, if that's okay.
Yeah, yeah.
One thing about a couple of these intersections that I've always had a question about is just the alignments. And I mean, that farther north intersection, part of the point of the signal is the alignment. That's why all these intersections are less than perfect. Is there any consideration in any of the design up to this point? I don't think I see realignments planned for, at least, or contemplated in this, but can you just talk about sort of the logic and thought behind, and Davistown, I think, is a good example. And I'm
Yeah, you're
just to
saying
be
like
clear,
kind of
talking
the
about like
skewed
squaring it
angle,
up
bringing-
instead of having the funky angles.
Yeah, that's definitely something during that design process NCDOT likes to have us look at. Oftentimes there's some sort of constructability constraint, and that's why it is at a skewed angle. So I don't know off the top of my head the specifics of kind of why that is there. But that would certainly be something that during the design process we would flesh out with the NCDOT. Again, as you mentioned, a 90-degree intersection is preferred when possible.
Traffic question for you still before you go. When you were talking about TIAs and looking at other TIAs that other projects have done, with something like the Wendell Commerce Center that is coming down there, Wendell Boulevard, and it's kind of, I guess at least for me, it's a little unknown. I mean, how are you guys calculating or how do they look at the amount of traffic that's going to be impacted from that on this area with such an unknown aspect to it?
Yeah, so we err on the conservative side, so we stack those studies just on top of each other.
Right.
So within our traffic study, we don't show any sort of routing of traffic from our site into any of those developments. It's just taking our study, stacking on top of their study. So just kind of ultra conservative look at how the volumes are going to be. Realistically, you're going to have some interaction between the projects that would reduce the volumes versus what we're analyzing within our study.
Okay. And then being so close to an interstate kind of bypass area, I mean, again, I'm thinking big picture, but like, I mean, it's looking out along that corridor and do you guys care about that corridor very much, or are you guys mainly focused on just those intersection points? And
We mostly focus within a TIA on intersections. When it comes to interstate corridors, highway corridors, it's a little bit of a different animal just because at that point, instead of $6 million worth of improvements, you'd be looking at 60 million plus.
Sure.
It starts to be a compounded issue. That being said, when we conduct our study, the same group that's reviewing it at NCDOT is also the group that is looking at their STIP projects and kind of defining what future needs are current needs there are. And so they're looking at those, taking these projects into account when they're projecting out their volumes for their projects as well.
okay, thank you.
Yep.
Anything else from the board?
Well, mention,
Yeah.
I did hear earlier about fences. Maybe we should have talked about this in the stormwater part around retention ponds. I know that's a question a lot of times in Wendell Falls when it comes to new construction. Hey, there's a retention pond there, what's gonna happen, kids, et cetera. What is the plan there? I know that the long-term plan is HOA / town inspections, but what is the plan for fencing?
Sure. Fencing is per town or municipality requirement, and I'm not aware of fencing being required for stormwater ponds. So for safety purposes, part of the regulations from the DEQ and part of our design requirements is called a safety shelf, a bench shelf that's designed for these SEMs. And that is part of the safety. If there isn't a fence being provided, this at least is that backup failure, or that backup of if kids are coming down, there's a shelf, very flat and wide, that would prevent them from going further into the depths of the pond. Additionally, slopes for the facility have to be 3-to-1 or flatter, and that flatness should help with the safety as well. So all the SEMs are meeting those requirements from the state. And, that's it, okay. But obviously we can look into if fencing is something that the town prefers. That is definitely something that can be looked into.
Personally, additional safety measures, always helpful. You know, I get the question a lot on who maintains that. What's it gonna look like 5 years from now? But I think the fencing portion is in my mind, that's a safety thing. So anything above and beyond. And I get the shelf and the slope, but fence generally equates with
Keep out.
don't go past this point. Even if somebody does, there's still an additional
Understood, yeah.
safeguard, it sounds like, so.
Yeah.
I just got the official kind of nod from Tucker that we'd be happy to add fencing, like black aluminum fencing around stormwater ponds, provided there's no conflict created, but I think there's plenty of areas where it would work out successfully.
I think that's helpful.
Yep, they'll just have to be placed so that access is still for the future and for maintenance, and equipment can
Yeah,
still get down there, et
understood.
cetera. Yep.
Thank you.
Can you address real quickly the quiet zone that came up about Robertson Mill Pond, the Robertson Pond Road entrance to be designated a quiet zone? He was going over a lot of things real fast.
Yeah, and so I wasn't personally involved in every discussion related to that. I don't exactly know what a quiet zone is, to be candid to the board, but I do know that we looked at that area and a number of requests to see what could and could not be done there, and we made changes. There were some things that we thought would be superior to what was requested, and that wasn't what was wanted in the location. So we thought we made some reasonable accommodations, but David's going to come in and fill out some of my gaps.
Yeah, it's been a little while since we looked at that. I looked at that when the question just popped up. I think it's just a part of your code of ordinances. It has a reference to the town being able to establish, quote, quiet zones. I think the intention was for more around, churches or schools or things of that nature. I did not see actually any specific quantitative standards tied to that, to say like a lower decibel level or anything along those lines. So I'm not entirely sure how that could be enforced per se. But that was part of this, what we communicated back, is that could be problematic for the town to enforce.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question on that too, Mayor, when you're done?
Yes, go ahead. You can come back to me. I'm looking. Go ahead.
Okay. So I think that a concern that I have, and I think the mayor had brought it up very well, and both town attorneys stop me if I say something that I can't say, and I'm serious. There are current situations that we deal with, and I'm going to use noise ordinance, not going to mention any names, but it is a recurring, repetitive problem that we have, that law enforcement has to deal with, town staff has to deal with, and we have to deal with. And it's to some degree inherited when we put a non-harmonious transition between one set of people and another set of people. One set currently lives in the town, the other currently lives in Wake County, but that difference is about 55 feet, and it is a repetitive problem. So I actually like this discussion. I don't know how much, I don't know that I can get to a yes or no tonight. If I could move to adjourn or table, I would, but let me just say this. I guess what I'm looking at is, and I don't want to single anybody out, but if there's things that we can do to address the problem so we don't have problems that we now live with for long periods of time, and I can give you that example and more, I try to address those on the front end. I want everybody to have the right. I will pick this one out. I use Ben Bridgers as my example. Someone mentioned Bridgers Farm and Cole. He has the right to farm for 7 generations. I want him to have that right. If we put something next to his farm, I don't want him to be putting the tractor, the pesticides, the disc, the plow at 5 o'clock in the morning, and I've got 2 school teachers, a mom, a baby, and a dog, and 5 feet away off that property line. So to that point, I wish I had more time to address, I know you can't address everything. My ask is not, hey, guys, solve every problem in the world. But if there are things we can do economically, reasonably, whether it's a fence for safety or address some concerns of neighbors, I wish I had more time to have that discussion. I don't like having to make a decision of this magnitude in 4 hours or 7.
Yeah, and
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
one clarification I just want to make is that the quiet zone is not something that we would institute as part of a zoning condition. That's just a provision that if you all chose to try to implement, it is something in your code. I was just expressing, as a former municipal employee, I could see concerns with that from a municipal standpoint.
And I believe we added buffering and other commitments in that location that was discussed. I guess my question is, what is the nature of a single-family use that would create, like, I'm not sure that our use is the concern here with single-family homes, and a road, I think, is a typical condition throughout the town. So I guess I'm struggling with what the nature of our use is that triggers a quiet zone concern, and if I'm missing something here.
I understand. What about, what about lights that come in, turning in from the entrance to Weathers Landing into the homes that are already there? Can we do something to address that?
Yeah, what I'm hearing is we offered to put a fence in that location, which is the most effective thing, and that was declined.
Okay. All right, anything else from the board? All right, are you going to ask a question?
Are we getting ready to close the public hearing?
I will, if you're ready to,
No,
are
I
you
don't have
asking a
I don't have
question?
any questions.
Okay. Okay, so we're closing the public,
Yes, ma'am, I'm good.
okay. We'll close the public hearing. And
Mayor, if you don't mind, I've listened tonight, and I think I see several familiar faces in the room. Folks that I know, folks that I've literally looked to before, sitting in the same room, talking about, or excuse me, sitting in a different room, talking about this development. And I voted then for that development, and I said then that the 3-mile rule that was the linchpin in the argument against at the time wasn't an effective rule, and didn't apply in this case, and that things were going to continue to develop. 6 months later, I was at breakfast at Don Debman's for Christmas, and I had the unfortunate experience of getting to explain to Jimmy Parker and Mr. Weathers that the property right across the street from them, I had read in the Triangle Business Journal, is sold. But at that time and in that development, the conversation was, this is one person trying to sell one piece of a farm. And if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. The developer bought the property. Not because the town voted yes, right? Like not because the town voted against the project and the developer bought the farm. I-87 is not far from this tract of land. And Rollsville Road is the largest road that runs off of I-87 that direction. So the moving of this, I didn't think at that time that it was inappropriate to say that that is Wendell. That is, I've heard several times tonight that part of the concern about is the commute back into Wendell, to use Wendell, town of Wendell facilities, and to participate in town of Wendell events, and to support the town in a variety of ways, whether it be eating at PD's or using some of our services. That's fine, but we're also going through a growth process. And so like everyone is picking up more. Wendell residents are picking up the cost of a bond that will pay for transportation projects between here and Wendell Falls. The majority of one of those transportation projects is turn lanes and a stoplight at Wendell or Eagle Rock Road intersection. $12 million project. The only thing that backs off that cost is development around the project or unencumbered funds that we have funds, but we don't have a lot of unencumbered funds specifically for projects that are on state roads that do not impact Wendell drivers, right? I would be remiss if I didn't point out that the traffic that exists there today, at least from what I've seen, right, is coming, and I heard when I met with folks, it's coming from Roseville. It's coming down this way. Well, by definition, there's nothing I can do, nor is there anything that I've approved north of this. So where the traffic's coming from, it wasn't Wendell. And I would argue that the Eagle Rock intersection that we're working to fix, and we're going to spend it up to $12 million to fix, doesn't have anything to do with people trying to get to Wendell Country Club. It has a whole lot more to do with people trying to get to the other side of Rivers or Archer's Lodge and going down Eagle Rock Road, coming in and turning right. I know that because I heard the same comments when we had that public hearing. I don't need to belabor the point, but to say everyone that I talked to last time, with the exception of Mr. Braswell, I've talked to this time. And I have an open, my cell phone number is everywhere. I have I'm rather accessible. And everyone I talked to, I said, hey, if there's something in this project that you think of, or there's something around this project that you think of that we can do to make this project better, outside two things, which is the project doesn't happen, or they need to just cut like the density in half. Like those two things are not things that are in a lot of senses legal and in other senses practical. But anything outside of that, like give me the questions, give me the answers, tell me what they are. I've seen a lot of response, right? Like I understand that the stormwater retention pond, I have to imagine, was built in response to questions and concerns about that. I've heard of other improvements on this project, but not from, this is the first time I've seen Mr. Marsh. I obviously know our former planning director, but I talked to the people in Wendell, and what I've heard from the folks that I've talked to is the improvements that have come into the project since the start. I believe that Wendell, like that part of town is Wendell, and I've heard it from you several times tonight. I understand that it's changed and it's right beside you. I lived in a house in Deerfield, and there was 4 houses that went up right beside me 6 months after I moved in. I don't own the property beside me. And I will fight for your property rights all the way to the property line, all the way to it. I will never develop a large-scale development because I will never own enough land to be able to make that decision. It's just not in the cards for me. It's also not where I landed in life, but that doesn't change that it hurts my heart to look at Carl standing in the back of the room and know that Jimmy taught him half of what he knows right there on that land, and it's going to change, and it's going to change, and it's not up to them. It's up to the person that owns it. All of these things are hard. I don't disagree with you. I've asked, and we've reached the limits of my knowledge, but I've asked as many questions of the folks out here prior to tonight. I didn't say anything, and I listened to everyone's presentations, and I do agree with most of y'all. There's been some compelling presentations specifically to the stormwater concerns. I understand that piece better, but I don't know what else to ask for in regards to improving it outside of those things. And the reason I don't know is because I've asked here, I've asked elsewhere. I've included to staff those comments previously. I'm happy to go with the pleasure of the board at whatever pace the board wants to go at. Not in any sort of pace, but I just wanted to, I listened a lot tonight, so I wanted to provide you right about where I was on things. And that's right about where I am, Madam Mayor.
Anyone else from the board have any comments?
I'd like to say something if you don't mind, Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, thank you to everybody who came out tonight and is still sitting here at 11:30 at night. Kudos. I'd have gone home. So I'm I'm proud of you guys. That's awesome. So I think it just speaks to kind of the importance of this project for the people who are still here sitting, not just from the developer team, but just from people like as May said, they live here. I've heard kind of 4 different kind of topics that came up a lot. It was, traffic or stormwater, schools, and kind of the nonconformity. I think a lot of those have been addressed to a degree. Traffic is always a tough one that we're working through. I think stoplights in a way slow traffic. I think that kind of makes it a little bit easier, but yeah, you're right. It is putting a lot of homes in an area where where it's gonna be a lot of cars and a lot of bodies moving through there. Nonconformity was another thing we looked at too. I can tell you that I think at the last project, I think Commissioner Joyner and I kind of spoke on it, and I had my concerns over what would come next. I do think this is better than what came up last time. I spoke with the Collier and his team from the developers, and they have a good project. I think they have some nice amenities. I like the park. I like the greenways. I like the layout. I like a lot of things they've done to this. But I mean, I'll be honest with you, the same thing that held me back last time holds me back this time, and that is just whether they need 50-year stormwater ponds or whether they need 8 lanes of traffic to handle everybody. I don't know, but it's affecting you guys a lot too. And so still am I into my day whether I think this is a great project for the town or not. I think it affects you guys a lot, and affects you guys to the point of where you can't vote for us. You have no say-so on who sits up here. But you did come out tonight and drove like you did last time in opposition. I shouldn't say in support, but in opposition of the project. So I don't always understand all the lingo that's discussed up here and know it all, but I try to listen to you guys. And so I don't know what will come next. I don't know if this doesn't go through, if it'll come back and be a less desirable project. And I think that's always the gamble, the risk. But I do appreciate everybody coming out tonight and speaking up for this project and passionately and fighting for their way of life and their home and where they live too. So thank you.
Happy to keep the party going. Yeah, I'll just give a little bit of a talk through of kind of where my mind is tonight. I feel like we've heard a lot of y'all are better speakers than I am, so I'm not going to try to out-rhetoric or out-talk folks. I'll just kind of say what's on my mind and some of what I do and don't believe based off of what all folks have said. Trying to take some notes about different topics and try not to be too duplicative of what folks to my right have said, but just kind of running through some bullet points. I heard tonight that there wasn't any traffic here as recently as 2021. I don't believe that we're in a radically different place than we were 4 years ago. I don't think that if this development gets built that it'll take anybody 15 minutes to get to 87 from their house. I don't think that it's appropriate. I heard somebody say that they thought any proposal for development at this site needed to be carefully evaluated and denied. That just seems like a strange place to start. I've heard folks say that fast, cheap housing is a bad thing, and I think that's probably not an unpopular opinion, but I'm here to tell y'all mine for now, and that's not something that really bothers me just on the face. I think folks have to have a place to live. I think when you look at the history of our country, the times when we built a lot of housing quickly, especially when people are moving around the country a lot like they are today, we helped folks reach the American dream. So I'm not just averse to the idea of fast, affordable homes. I think people need homes to live in, and it doesn't scare me that every home's not going to end up on the National Register of Historic Places in 100 years. I have to say it, and I really don't mean to be too facetious, but I do think it's interesting to consider folks that have moved to Eastern Wake County in the last 5 or 10 years or at least say that they're totally caught off guard or totally surprised by growth and development pressures. They're not new. They've been around my whole life, and there's questions about why folks live here. Like a lot of y'all live here because my family's lived here for a couple hundred years. But a lot of other folks have been moving here for a long time recently, or for not just in the last 4 or 5 years. So it's a little bit surprising to hear folks that bought homes here in the 21st century be surprised that growth and development's happening. One thing I always have to point out, because it bothers me, is to hear folks have really express really strong, committed opinions about really technical issues that they believe they know more about than people who are experts in them. I talk about that from time to time. I do feel like I have a hard time hearing anonymous sources, and my opinion and vibes is more important than the science of stormwater and the science of traffic analysis and math that goes into those things. Have heard that new development causes home prices to decline, which I think is silly. I'm sorry, I think that, now my notes are messed up, so I think that I heard that new development would make home prices decline. So anyway, I'm saying that backwards. I think supply and demand is sort of the whole point. I think you got to build houses if you want homes to be more affordable. I think I heard somebody say they had trouble buying a home, building new homes would make homes more expensive. That is what I was trying to get at, excuse me. And then I know I'm being a little repetitive here, but I do think that it's important to note, or at least this is my philosophy, I don't think anybody has a right to their neighbor's property. And I'll go a step farther, I think, to say that I don't really believe that anybody has a right for their neighbor's property to look the same as theirs. I don't think I have a right for my neighbor's home to look like my house, or be the same size as my house, or be the same type of home, just where I'm at, just giving y'all some of my perspective. I've also heard folks in the past make the point in different bodies that really want to hear, like, obviously we all want to hear public input, but hear the volume of the people in the room and make a decision based off that. I've heard, if there weren't so many people that showed up, I'd probably vote for it, or, I heard I liked this until people were upset and now I'm not sure. My approach, maybe it's not the right political approach, but it's just been to do the things that sort of reflect my philosophical views. And I appreciate your feedback, and I do like to hear what folks say, but I'm, at the end of the day, going to make the decision that I think reflects what I think is best for the town. And so since there's still a crowd, I want to make one plug. I do try to say to everybody, especially folks like many of y'all who do own some of that ever increasingly the farmland that we're increasingly losing in eastern Wake County and all across our country, conserve it. Applaud those of you who have done it and signed up for opportunities to protect the land that you own. It's a lot easier for me to say than it is for me to do because I don't own it. It's not my financial decision, but I do hope that those of you that own property will make a decision to go ahead and conserve it proactively to avoid sort of these conversations in the future, if that's what you feel is appropriate for yourself. I also do think it's worth pointing out that large lot subdivisions are not a great solution to reducing farmland loss. If 1,000 homes are going to be built, they could be built on 100 acres or they could be built on 1,000 acres. If those acres were all farmland, the larger lots are going to mean more farmland gets lost. That is something I do kind of come back to and have in mind a lot. Related to that, though, I do think it's worth pointing out, we've talked a lot about different plans and heard about different plans. I do think it's notable, these parcels are in the county right now. The county is in a planning effort right now for Eastern Wake County, and their draft of the East Wake Area Plan does say that pretty much all these parcels should be left for agricultural and forest use. So I'm conscious of that. I think that is it's not final, it's draft, but that's sort of where the latest conversation on that planning effort at the county level is going. So hadn't heard about that one. I did want to make that point. I'm also really conscious of Robertson Mill Pond, Buffalo Creek, our parks and our waterways, especially. Not that anybody else has pretended like stormwater did not matter on this project, but very, very conscious of it, and frankly, just concerned about growth and development in this particular area as it relates to, of any type, as it relates to those resources for our community. One other thing that I really have in mind is the Innovation District that's to the southwest of this project. I really believe in those innovation districts. I think they're a real opportunity for the future of our town and for the future of Eastern Wake County. I want them to not have a bunch of neighbors that are mad that they are what they could be when we get to that point in a couple of years. But I also think this one to the southwest faces a US highway, and that makes a lot of sense for us to grow on Wendell Boulevard. In my mind, that doesn't automatically, or Nightdale Boulevard, whatever you want to call it there, that doesn't automatically mean that a mile north of there, entered from the other side, carries the exact same logic. And I guess I'll just say, the last thing about this proposal that really I've had a hard time getting over, and I'm not sure that I can, is related to my continued focus, I think, and I've said this a lot as a board member, on infill and building walkable, dense neighborhoods, sort of filling out our town in a way that is walkable. And I have a hard time pushing and prioritizing that, and bringing that together with the idea of continuing to stretch another mile away, another mile away, another mile away. At some point, we do have to think about how we stretch our infrastructure, how we stretch our limited resources as a town, and ensure that the development that we do approve pays for itself. I think, again, my logic on this dense walkability is that dense walkable development, mixed-use development, pays for itself, and I think it's a value add for a town. I'm not convinced that large lot or even large single-family subdivisions without additional resources that aren't connected to other resources, like commercial and other things like that, have that same sort of benefit to a local government. So I think that's my list, the end of my ramble for right now, but I don't want anybody to be in the
Reserve the
dark
right to
about the
come
things
back.
that are in my mind.
Commissioner Honeycutt?
You know, the hard part for me, again, is I love the passion. I love to see the people come out and express your views. I think that is democracy. I don't like the fact that my oath is to the people of Wendell that are citizens. Certainly, you guys are stakeholders. I don't question that. You work here, your kids go to school here, and because you live 1,000 feet the other direction, you can't vote for us. I wish I could wave my magic wand and make the General Assembly do something else. I wish we could have a town hall and have the Q&A versus we hear things that are statements. It's so funny, Deans and I don't always agree, but Commissioner Eatman hits the nail on the head on this one. It's hard when I hear someone make a statement that I don't think is correct. Now, that's neither here nor there. It doesn't affect how I would or would not vote on a single property. Fundamentally, I don't believe you have the right to enjoy your neighbor's property unless you buy it. You don't have the right to enjoy that property unless you buy it. That is the law. That's not, I mean, I guess that's my belief, but that's the law of the land. Fee simple absolute interest is exactly what it is. The reason why we're here is because your neighbor sold his farm. Now, do I wish he conserved it? Absolutely, yes. But we're here not because of this board, or the town of Wendell for that matter, or the staff of Wendell. Your neighbor sold his farm. That's his or her right to do so. At that point, then we have to make the best decision that we can make. This is a tough one. There's a lot of pieces here, a whole lot of pieces. And I could go item by item. An individual said earlier that the response time from an accident was 45 minutes. And I'm going to ask the town manager, I hate to put you on the spot, Mr. Town Manager, what is our response time for the Wendell Police Department on the record?
Excuse me, I haven't spoken in a few hours.
Sorry, I should accuse you.
My larynx forgot how to work there, which is surprising for most of y'all that know me. It varies from month to month depending on nature of call, but it tends to range somewhere between 6 to 9 minutes, and higher emergency response times are less. The area in question is out in the county and relies on the Sheriff's Department response time. When this development comes in, that means that our police patrols are there in that community. And as all of our neighborhoods, So that would be within our response zone, so it would benefit from town response times. We do have mutual aid with Wake County Sheriff's Department, and so if there is a critical emergency out in the county, it would mean a greater likelihood of us having police officers closer. On a fire response, it also means that there would be hydrants out there. And I know as far up as Riley Hill School Road, there's issues with fire trucks running out of water. I know, so the fire chief in the past has mentioned the benefit of having hydrants extended further north from a public safety standpoint. Anything with EMS response that the nurse mentioned would be a Wake County EMS question, and you're welcome to reach out to Wake County EMS on that. Does that sufficiently answer your question?
Yes, sir. And let me dissuade you in that I had no dollars contributed to me by any builder or whatever. That's not it. There's no money in this for me or for anybody up here, I wouldn't imagine. But my point of it is this. I do have extreme confidence in the town of Wendell staff and their divisions. If your concern is safety or crime or healthcare, and granted that's more Wake Med, but anything the staff provides, anything what I'll call the core services of the town, I have extreme confidence in the town of Wendell. I have concerns like Commissioner Eatman too about how far do we go, but I don't have concerns about if I do vote yes, I don't have concerns about can the town execute or deliver core services to you or to the neighbors that would be in that situation. I suspect we had similar conversations like this, I bet the mayor did 10 years ago. I bet Wendell Falls had this exact same conversation because somebody sold the family farm, and I'm sure people said, why in the world do you want to annex 3 miles down the road and put 4,000 homes down there? That's absolutely crazy. Well, I live in Wendell Falls, so density in and of itself doesn't really scare me. I like connectivity. I like dense, walkable communities. I think those are value add to a town. With that said, I'll stop there and reserve the right to go. That's the bulk of my conversation. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Commissioner Deloach?
Yeah, I guess we're going in order, Madam Mayor. First of all, I just want to thank everybody for being here. I mean, I've said it before up here in Old Town Hall. I appreciate the passion. The meetings, the conversations, you know, I've talked to many of you many times. The past few weeks, past few months, past few years. We talked about this portion of Rollsville Road 5 years ago. It's still in Wake County, and it's still a mile approximate from interstate. That part has not changed. Contrary to what some people may think, I don't wake up hoping that I'm approached with a 900-plus unit development. Like that's not who I am. I'm not going to speak for the board, but I think you hear tonight that we do care. We do care about the environment. Like these are things that are important to us, and it's important for us to protect those things. You know, I've heard from many people that have come before our board over the course of the last 6 years approximate. And I'm not saying anybody in this room has said this, but oftentimes I hear, I don't like that development. Like that's a pretty normal thing. And a lot of people tend to follow that up with, if it were more like Wendell Falls. We hear that pretty often. Wendell Falls is not for everybody, and I get that. There's a lot of people in this room that don't care for Wendell Falls. But my point is that, you know, this development proposed has changed. It's evolved from where it started. 5 years ago, same thing happened. We started at one place, we ended on another. Ultimately, it was not passed. Tonight, we're seeing the same thing. We've even seen additions being made. I would say on the fly. There were some before the meeting tonight. There were some during the meeting tonight. You know, for me, design improvements, you know, I think it was mentioned tonight, architectural interest. It is not my intent to have 600-plus boxes. And I think even we heard tonight that something about vinyl boxes, which is totally inaccurate. If you pay attention at all, you know that vinyl is not a thing that we've really seen in recent memory. Including porches, decks or screen porches on the back, again, porches on the front. There is diversity of product within this neighborhood. My goal typically is to look at a development, especially of this size. Can somebody move within this neighborhood? Is there a diversity of product within this neighborhood? People shouldn't have to move in, decide, I love it, but I can't stay here because I don't have anywhere else I can go within this neighborhood. I think you see in this neighborhood that you can move up, you can downsize. The term now is called right sizing. You can do what works best for you. But you can love an area and you can stay there. You don't have to move somewhere else. Pocket parks throughout, 14 miles of sidewalks. You know, we discussed stormwater measures. We talked about the fencing around the retention ponds, you know, not to mention the infrastructure improvements. Town manager talked about fire hydrants. I mean, these are the things that go along with growth, with development. We've talked a lot about stormwater and transportation, and in my mind, these things, they've been addressed. I don't think it's any secret. I voted for the project. That was a much smaller scale last time. I think the neighborhood amenities, I mean, they're committing to building the amenities essentially up front, which is not a normal thing. And I guess I'll just end with, you know, again, respect the passion, but I just want everybody to remember that there are people that will live in Wendell that will love it as much as you, if not more than you. And that includes everybody in this room. Thank you.
All right. I'm just going to say a couple things because it's getting late and I think everybody's tired and it's all been said. I think we've beat the horse dead. I too struggle with the fact that decisions are made by boards that people can't vote for. That bothers me. This is not the first time it's bothered me, and it probably won't be the last. That's something we don't have control of. But I certainly share your frustration about that. And I don't have a solution, unfortunately, for that. I feel very protective of farmland. I feel very protective of the natural resources in the area. My father was a doctor, but he farmed on Thursdays. Thursdays was his day off, so he farmed on Thursdays and Saturdays, which meant he just got his clothes dirty. And my grandfather was the real farmer, and my other grandfather farmed as well. And they raised corn, tobacco, cattle, pigs, and then eventually American saddlebred horses. They raised and bred those for a couple decades. So I understand about crops. I understand about horses close by. I from my own personal experience, and I shared your that would get my attention as well. If something was coming close to me, it would certainly get something that got my attention. In my mind, over the years, as I've looked to the future and thought about different areas of town, I thought this area would look a little bit different. I considered it a little greener and a little wider and a little more open than the density that we're seeing here in this project. And that was just what my expectation was, I guess, because of the location of the Wake County parks and preserves and things. It kind of seems to lend itself to that to me. Yes, it is Wendell. Y'all, it is part of Wendell. Y'all are certainly part of the Wendell community, even though you're not located in the Wendell city limits. But Wendell can look like a lot of things in a lot of places, and that was always kind of how I saw that it would be. But I also think you have to balance that with the fact that my expectation looking out at it is not what's been presented to this board today on this occasion, and they have to decide what they can do and what they can be content with, I guess, on your behalfs. And that may be a different appearance than what I had envisioned for this area, so anyhow. All right, has everybody from the board said everything they want to say? What's y'all's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I'm happy to make a motion if the board is ready. There's not any more discussion.
Yeah, go ahead.
Make a motion to approve Annex A24. I'm going to go with what we have on our agenda. I don't see the
Yeah.
slide. 01 and rezone CD 2401, approximately 304 acres from Wake County residential districts R20, R30, and R40 to Town of Wendell Residential 7 conditional district to create Weathers Landing subdivision.
Do we need to add as a condition the fence?
With the conditions noted on the slide, additions today, and then, I don't know how we need to word that, but the
It's around the
additional,
stormwater ponds.
fencing around the retention ponds or SCMs, I think we refer to them as.
Jim typically asks the applicant to stand up and affirm to the positive that they accept on the record.
We would accept that condition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have a motion to adopt the ordinance for annexation and rezoning for the Weathers Landing subdivision with all the conditions listed, including the new one of the fence around the stormwater pond. Is that accurate?
Yes, including the red line additions on the last slide.
Yeah. All right, is there any discussion on the motion? All right, let's signify by raising your hands. All in favor? See, show of hands. 1, 2. Anyone opposed? 1, 2, 3. So it fails 2 to 3. All right, so we don't need to consider item 5B. So let's move to item 6, our administrative items. Item 6A is the approval of a non-interest-bearing checking account. Mr. Johnson, wake up down there, get up here.
Good evening, Madam Mayor.
Good evening.
Members of the board. Presenting to y'all tonight a request to open up a non-interest-bearing checking account in coordination with the police department. Finance staff has agreed and determined that a bank account to hold monies that are subject to ongoing court cases, as well as unclaimed found money, is needed.
Hold on
as
just
a
one
best-
second. Can you go ask the people to just shut the doors? Thank you. Go ahead.
Open up a for money subject to court cases and found monies as a best practice mechanism, and also preventing any, or I shouldn't say preventing, but reducing risk of fraud for monies that should be properly secured. But in working with our evidence manager at the police department, a non-interest-bearing checking account's been determined to be the most appropriate type of account. The town should not be earning any additional funds on money that isn't ours.
Right.
The town currently uses KS Bank, specifically the local branch here in Wendell, to perform its day-to-day operations, banking operations. KS Bank does require that the board provide a formal approval to authorize the opening of a new account, and requires minutes from a subsequent meeting. In speaking with the branch manager, he has confirmed that the account would bear no banking or service fees, which is consistent with other accounts currently held by the town at KS Bank. The finance director, myself, town manager, assistant town manager would serve as the signatories for setting up the account. Again, it's consistent with other arrangements at the bank. If approved, the funds that are currently on record, on file with our evidence manager would not be deposited until a formal policy has been finalized. That is in draft between finance and police. In speaking with Captain Loy before the meeting, he did confirm that that is a internal standard operational procedure policy that Chief Slaughter would typically approve. We can certainly, if at the discretion of the board, provide you that offline just for your awareness of where that policy lands. But again, until that receives the formal approval, we won't deposit any funds. But this gives us the authorization to go ahead and get that
Get things
open.
started, okay. Any questions from the board? All right, we have a motion.
Mayor, I move we authorize the finance director to open a non-interest-bearing checking account at KS Bank on or after July 1, 21st, and authorize the finance director and the town manager or assistant manager to serve as signatories.
All right, we have a motion to authorize the finance director to open the non-interest-bearing checking account at KS Bank on or after July 1st, 2025, and authorize the finance director, town manager, and assistant town manager to serve as signatories. Is there any discussion on the motion? All in favor? Anyone opposed? No. All right, we'll move on to our other business. We have one real quickly, Wendell Volunteer Fire Department Board of Directors.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I intended to update us all this fine morning that Wendell has a new fire truck, and you'll forgive me for forgetting which of the two new fire trucks it was, but one of them was involved in a minor accident on its way to Wendell. So we're going to stop by the fire truck repair shop and make sure that before we accept the, let me be clear, we have not paid for this fire truck. We will accept the fire truck, but we're going to accept it a little bit later once we have certified that everything's good to go. And that's all from the Fire Department Board, Madam Mayor.
All right, we'll move into our commissioners' comments and stay with you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know that I talk a fair amount, but it's just how I was born. I want to talk tonight, just for a second, about the things that we don't get to talk about. The phone calls we don't get to talk about, the people showing up at your house at 8:30, 9 o'clock at night while your kids are in the bed that we don't get to talk about, people showing up with crazy, wild ideas that are provably false, that continue to show up. And, you know, I don't know about y'all, but when I'm out of town, I don't like people showing up at my home, talking to my children about things that we can talk about in this room. So draw all the inferences that you want from that. But as a community, there's a lot of things that we don't get to talk about. And the reason that we don't talk about them is because we are protecting the town from further legal liability. So tonight, Madam Mayor, I don't have any comments. I'm just going to talk about what we're not talking about.
Agree with all that. Commissioner Lutz?
I agree with that too. That's my only comment.
Okay. Commissioner Edmond?
Couldn't agree with Commissioner Joyner anymore.
Commissioner Honeycutt? Commissioner Deloach?
I'll just say again, and I mean it, I appreciate everybody being here, appreciate all the conversations. This is not easy, this is not fun, this is not something that we enjoy necessarily when it comes to some things, but we continue to show up, we continue to give our best foot forward, and I think that will piggyback a little bit off of what Commissioner Joyner says. There are a lot of things that we shouldn't have to deal with that we do. I do also want to go back to yesterday, I guess, Miss Wendell Teen. They get it. Like, thank you for being who you are and what you do, and service to community. So lots of cool things happening in our town, and growth is a part of it. Again, we're still in Wake County, and we'll see what happens next. But I'm excited that I am a commissioner, and excited that I represent the town. So, and I've said it 100 times, I represent the many, not the few. I am for Wendell. Thank you.
I don't really have anything tonight, other than to let you know that I think you have all been part of a record-setting meeting. I don't think we've ever been here past midnight, so pat yourselves on the back for that one. So, do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All right, we're adjourned.